Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I have been volunteered to be our facilitator for today, so I'm the traffic police. And I see some of you are in a no parking zone, so I'm going to ask you to move your location. I've realized our numbers are a bit reduced from yesterday, and we want to, everybody enjoyed the table discussion format, but for that to work well, we need very full tables to have full discussion. So I'd like to invite the people at the back 3 tables to come and move up to the front. And so we're a little bit more centered around the presentation at the front of the room, and to really fill up the tables, please. Sorry, but I better disrupt you early in the day, and then you can come and settle into a new home and stay there for the rest. I promise I won't jumble everyone up after that. Anyway, it's nice if we make full tables. Okay. Thanks. I'll just give everyone a minute to settle. Just reviewing the program for the day. It's quite packed with bringing more expertise in from all of our participants here. We're going to have a little refresher on the proceedings from yesterday. Saviors volunteered to give us a little recap on key messages from yesterday. And then we've got the education panel, which we're all really looking forward to. And then a break and on to what was the cafe discussion. One thing I just wanted to clarify is that this morning we were planning to do cafe discussions, but we realized, especially with live streaming, it won't come across so well for our audience who are joining us from outside. So we're actually going to go more for conventional presentations at the front. So for the groups that are down as cafe discussion at 11 o'clock, we're actually going to ask people to come to the front and present, and that way our audience elsewhere can get the full benefit too. So that's a small change in format. Okay, so I'll do our best to keep us going along the schedule as planned. And I'm looking forward to the day. So we're all settled now, I think, just about. So I'll pass to Xavier to give us a few words on key points from yesterday.
Good morning, everyone. I'll just get the laptop. Come on. Tony, I need your help. I need your help. Okay, so because we have very limited time, and obviously yesterday we had a lot of rich discussion, I'll try my best not to make another presentation of the presentations. So I try my best to just capture the essence of the different presentations. I'll probably spend more time on some issues than others, so that's not a reflection of the quality of each of the presentations, but more just for emphasis, because some of the topics generated a lot of debate and discussion. So I'll just wait for this to come on. Okay, having spent my first 2 minutes waiting for this to come on, I can start now. So yesterday's session opened with some welcome remarks by the chair, Ojobo, the ActionAid Nigeria country director. And then also the morning session was chaired by Fatima, ActionAid South Africa director, who basically welcomed all of us and tried to give some sort of background in terms of what this means, the topic of gender responsive public services, what it means for ordinary women. And she gave her personal experience growing up in South Africa in terms of how these issues relate to her experience. And then we had a keynote speaker by Madam Dlamini Zuma, the chairperson of African Union, which was first preceded by a 10-minute movie clip by ActionAid Nigeria. I think I noticed that everybody paid attention to Madam Zuma's speech, so I won't spend time on that, but I think we had an interesting question and answer session, which basically touched on a whole range of issues, from the political priorities on the continent in terms of the political commitment of African leaders to dealing with these issues, to very specific things. And a part of the discussion centered on the Agenda 2063 and also the political capacity of African governments to really deal with these issues, including by reversing some of the policy decisions they've made that have locked African countries from being able to act. And then, of course, there was time spent on how do we fix some of the mistakes that have been done in the past by African governments. And then after tea break, we had a panel basically on the conceptual definition of gender responsive public services. So we had great presentations from the UN women, Funi, who included in our discussions what public services are. Basically, they were defined as services that are provided or funded by national and local government entities including those services provided through public-private partnership or contracted to private, non-profit, or hybrid. And then we also had a discussion in this presentation that looked at the main challenges or the main constraints in accessing public services. And these challenges mainly are determined by access and also influenced by gender. One of the key messages I think from that was that there is no such thing as a gender neutral public services. They're either blind or outright discriminatory. Then also the UN Women presentation looked at the different social constructions that are influenced by different things like geography, inadequate facilities, insufficient number of delivery channels, insufficient information, administrative burdens or economic costs, and capacities of national governments. We also saw examples also in terms of how limited access to public services sort of play out in practice. So things like access to water, and also we saw that there's existing data which shows a connection or correlation between lack of access to services like water and reduced attendance or performance at schools for girls, for example. And a lot of other examples were given in health and agriculture services as well. Other constraints also occur in other service areas like infrastructure, the justice system, and also civil registration. We also had recommendations coming out of this session, and some of them include increasing women's participation in decision-making process, increasing representation in public service delivery, and also strengthening accountability mechanisms and governance response. So things like gender-responsive budgeting, but also including a focus on gender disaggregated data. The second presentation in this session was basically on ActionAid's work. There was a paper that was done by ActionAid, so it was summarized in form of a presentation, which basically examined public services from a feminist right-based lenses. This presentation looked, first of all, did sort of a highlight or mapping of the various human rights instruments that exist to govern public services, including the UN, the International Covenant on Economic and Social Cultural Rights, and a whole lot of other rights instruments. The presentation also looked at the current state, the global state of public services, including the lack of access to electricity, literacy, water and sanitation, basic services, just to show the extent of the problem on a global scale. And then one key message from this was that advocacy for gender responsive public services needs to confront the crisis of development. So it must be framed in the broader development discourse, and also in terms of the failure of the state to provide these public services. We also noted that in this paper, it was noted that there had been a shift in public service regime, which saw sort of the neoliberal structural adjustment policies and their impact on women specifically. So we saw how in this transition, the role of the state had been reduced, most likely including on the emphasis on reducing fiscal deficit through caps on public spending, reducing the public sector, and increasing privatization and commercialization, which basically has an effect. After lunch, we had another interesting session on financing gender responsive public services, basically trying to answer the question, where would the money come from, or how would public services that are gender responsive going to be financed? So I had two great presentations from ActionAid Uganda and also from Wangari from Kenya. So the first presentation mainly highlighted the competing development needs versus the limited resource envelope. This then puts a pressure on access to services. It also showed the weight, the burden, the tax burden that falls on women. And also part of the problem is compounded by the fact that a lot of the corporations are not paying the kind of taxes that they should be paying. We also saw the effects of tax exemptions on the poor, and were given various statistics as to the money lost or forgone through tax incentives, what sort of social services, public services it can pay for. We had very specific examples from Uganda. The second presentation mainly also again try to look again at the impact of privatization, and also one of the key messages is that in the context of privatization, it's almost impossible to guarantee gender responsive public services. We had a very vibrant question and answer session, which also tried to look at the definitions of private sector and privatization, And one thing which was clear is that I think in the privatization and neoliberal policies definitely have had a major impact in curtailing provision of gender responsive public services. In the afternoon, we had 3 presentations, which I won't go into 3, but mainly they centered on issues of agriculture, land rights, and also in terms of influencing how women farmers can influence government budgets, and this was specifically from South African experience. We had very interesting table buzz discussion around this in terms of what are some of the key questions that were posed to the tables, and various tables came up with different proposals in terms of the need to come up with transformative ways that would appeal to governments in order for them to have policy changes. We also had suggestions from the youth perspective in terms of utilizing accountability forums to elicit sort of public debates and put pressure on policymakers. We had some other interesting suggestions around having harmonized methodologies and reflection comprising of different tools, using different tools to sort of take the debate forward. And then also, lastly, I think there's need to create sort of a 3-stage approach: create access to information, and then it's not enough to have that access to information, but also find ways of making sure that information is leading to action through a multi-sectoral thematic approach. So I would have to end here for that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Xavier, for a very artful presentation of a long, rich discussion yesterday. We have a last-minute addition to the program, which we're very, very pleased about. One of our partners for the event is Oxfam, and one of Oxfam's trusted partners has agreed to come and share some programming experience with us. So what I suggest is we welcome our colleague to give the presentation now, and then we'll go directly, without discussion, onto the education platform from there. And following the education session, then if we want to loop back to some of the points raised from our colleague here, we can blend it into the follow-up on the education panel. So I'd like to introduce our colleague, Nonhlanhla Sibanda Moyo. Good try. Yes. Nonhlanhla works for the Center for the Study of Violence and Reconciliation, or CSVR, and she's agreed to present their gender-based violence programming, which I think does bring an extra dimension to the discussion. So we'll have 10 or 15 minutes from Nonhlanhla. Thanks very much.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Nonhlanhla Sibanda Moyo, and I represent an organization called the Center for the Study of Violence and Reconciliation. We are an organization that seeks to understand violence prevention, understand violence, and also to build resilience and democracy in society. And we do this through influencing policy, through research and various programs that we are doing at the community level, regional level, and also at the international level. Thank you so much for the opportunity to come and present to you our gender-based violence program. So firstly, I just want to share with you how we define gender-based violence as an organization. We see gender-based violence as violence that is directed towards a person based on their sex or on their gender role. And we also acknowledge that gender-based violence does affect both females and males, but as we know, the majority of those who are most at risk to gender-based violence are women and girls. And as a result, our programming is focused on violence against women. So what I will share with you is a pilot program that we've started in 4 communities in Johannesburg, and the long-term goal is to adapt and also upscale it in various communities. So those are the communities, target communities, where we are piloting this project currently. So the premise of our work is that it begins with me. It begins with you. It begins with me. So instead of saying that we're doing gender-based violence programs for women or for other people or for communities, we begin with ourselves. So our programs are premised on the fact that it's not about preaching to other people around gender-based violence, but we are saying that this is a challenge that affects all of us. It's got to do with our own attitudes. It's got to do with our own behaviors, and as a result, it's important that we start with ourselves. So we encourage ourselves. We encourage everybody to be part of the solution. So whoever is in the team, whether you're in the programmatic team, whether you are a community leader, we encourage you to see yourself as part of the solution and not part of those that are doing something for others. But it's also good because you live in the same community, so it begins with you. And we also believe that change happens it begins while it begins at the individual level, but we can't stop there. We need individuals to begin to start making changes in their own lives firstly, and then collectively working together within communities in order to change community norms that are harmful or that often are drivers to gender-based violence or lead to gender-based violence. So no one is excluded in our programs. So everybody from a shopkeeper to a community leader to our program staff to our religious and traditional leaders, we all part of this program. Our approach recognizes that even if an individual tries to make change at the individual level, if this is not supported by an enabling environment within the community where they live in, then there's very little impact. So we start with change at the individual level, but we're also saying that in order for that change to be sustainable, in order for that change to be meaningful, then it needs to be supported by other people. We also use what we call a benefits-based approach. This is about being non-confrontational or trying to be less confrontational and not taking on a blaming or shaming approach. We're saying that people are likely to change when they see the benefit of that change. So instead of blaming and shaming people, blaming and shaming men, or blaming and shaming traditional and religious leaders, we're saying, how can we need to conscientize them to see the benefits of changing. So this is how our program goes. The first stage, which is the startup phase, focuses on getting to know the community that we're working in. So we need to understand what their perceptions around violence against women is. We do this through a situational analysis study, and we also build relationships with leaders and key gatekeepers in that particular community where we're working, who we want to have a relationship where they are supportive, and also they are helping us create an enabling community environment for our program to thrive. And also a lot of time is spent during this time strengthening the capacities of what we call community action groups. Community action groups are groups of people that we identify and select within the different communities who act as change champions within their different communities. So in this stage, we strengthen their capacity, we engage them in critical thinking, we have discussions on what constitutes violence, we look at what the causes and consequences of violence are. This is done through various strategies. It could be workshops, it could be community discussions, it could be training. So the second stage is around raising awareness on gender-based violence, on violence against women in the communities where we're working. This is about working with the community action groups and also the leaders. We support them as an organization to conduct a range of local advocacy activities, including door-to-door visits, community dialogues, public events. So in the first phase, we capacitate them to be able to do this, to lead on this, and CSVR plays a facilitating role, so a facilitatory role. And phase 3 of our program is around the concept of joining power with others. So working together with others in doing local activism activities and doing activities that create positive change in our communities. We reach out and activities that relate to reaching out to women, and also activities that challenge men who use violence. We also, still as part of phase 3, we also work with community leaders and professionals and support them to work more closely together to address violence against women. So part of what we do in the first stage is a stakeholder mapping, so that we are clear what services exist, who is where, who is offering what service, be it a government department or a non-governmental stakeholder, so that when we come to this stage, we're then building on a very good referral systems for victims and survivors of gender-based violence. And also at an institutional level, this is where we look at policies and laws that relate to gender-based violence or that link to violence against women, and we influence policy change, policy reviews around that to ensure that it speaks to the realities of women and men, girls and boys in the communities where we work. The last phase is around community participation. Here we aim to consolidate and normalize a greater sharing of power within the communities, and also encourage non-violence within the different communities. We also demonstrate the benefits of a more equal relationship between men, women, girls, boys. And as a result, we believe that this will help us to prevent violence against women. The thrust of this phase is also to encourage community members, professionals, leaders, and institutions to use their power to take action to address gender-based violence. So at this stage, we're trying to really, to consolidate or instill a greater sense of community ownership for the activities and for addressing gender-based violence in our different communities, so that when we leave, this is sustained. When we leave, this is already part of their day-to-day activities. And also, if it's community-based organizations, this work is already part of work that they are doing. So the next slide, please. So this approach is still at pilot phase. We're still piloting it, and we hope that at the end of the 2.5 years where we are piloting it, we can then create a community-based gender-based violence prevention model, which we would like to share with different partners, different organizations, government stakeholders who may want to upscale it if it works. We believe that it will work. But so far, we have seen what we are already seeing as some of the preliminary findings, because it's part of, we're doing it as action research. So as we are implementing, we are also researching. We also have a very intensive M&E program that supports this M&E plan and strategy that supports this. So we're already seeing that community-led activism really brings a greater sense of ownership in our communities. And then also we're seeing the value of the benefits-based approach. When men don't feel like you are there to attack them, you are there to confront them. When communities and when traditional leaders and authorities and religious leaders don't see you as the enemy, but as part of a community that's coming to create solutions, then they are better able to work with you. we're also beginning to see an increased level of knowledge and awareness around the utilization of gender-based violence services. So we're seeing an increased number of referrals between the different organizations in the communities where we work. And also, we're seeing more men and young people being part of gender-based violence prevention strategies. And also quite important for us is the strengthened relations between communities and local governments, particularly because we believe if any change is to take place, it needs to take place at the local level, and local government plays a very, very key role. On that note, I would like to say thank you very much.
Thank you very much for sharing that experience. We're going to move directly on to our next scheduled panel with our colleagues specializing in education. We have 3 panelists this morning. Victorine is wearing 2 hats, actually. She's going to make a presentation herself and then take over the chair for the remainder of the session. And we have Tanvir from our policy team. I don't know if you'd like to come up now. And we also have Hendrina, our partner from FAWE, our friend from FAWE. So 3 presentations, and then after that, we'll have some time for a table discussion and feedback to the panelists. Now, are we ready with the presentation? Okay, so we'll go straight on to Victorine.
Morning, everybody. So you will bear with me. I'm a Francophone, very talkative, and wearing 2 hats today. So I will try to fit in time. My presentation is about our work on violence against girls at school within ActionAid, what we call now school-related gender-based violence. But before I start, it was difficult for me because I don't know where to start or what to present. So I just put it like a story. So it's like the story of our work on gender-based violence in school environment. For ActionAid, school is part of a community. So anything which undermines the children access, retention, and performance is called violence. This is why when we say violence against girls at school, it's a lot of things. It can be distance, it can be what is happening at home, it can be what is happening outside or inside the school. So it's anything which undermines the children access, retention, and performance. So I want you to keep this in mind. So together with the community, for years we have been working on addressing this issue. Yeah. So next slide. So what we want to do, so I want to give you a brief overview of ActionAid. Where is ActionAid education within ActionAid, and give you also a background of our work on gender-based violence within the school environment, what we have done, where we are today, and then share with you some challenges. At the end, after the free presentation, when I will become the chair of the session, we will have to we will give you some questions to discuss. Yeah. Okay, so as everybody knows here, we have spent more than 40 years on education. I think more than 40 years in education. What is happening? Okay, so we actually started with education, and everybody knows that. And we can say that it's part of our DNA. Everything we were doing the first 30 years, we can say, it was related to education. Unfortunately, we are losing the momentum, but I'm sure it will come back. So education is a right and should be free, and of the responsibility of the state. This is what we think in ActionAid. Ending poverty, because this is what we are trying to do. Ending poverty cannot be sustainably achieved without girls and women who are educated and empowered. Right to education as an enabling right transforms societies and challenges inequality and discrimination. So when your right to education is respected, protected, and fulfilled. You can look for the override because you have the capacity to do so, because you are educated, etc., etc. So a good quality, publicly funded, inclusive education should be available to all the children. This is what we think in ActionAid. And the benefit of respecting girls' right to education are obvious everywhere. Yeah. Okay. So when you are educated, you can look around you. You can try to find your place in this, in the environment, in the society, etc., etc. If you are a mother, you know how to send your child to the health center, etc., etc. Yes. Next. It's quite slow. So a background of our work on education, everybody remember here that in 2000, all the government in the world were in Dakar to commit themselves to education for all the children. And there was a goal, the goal 5 was saying that we should eliminate gender disparity before 2005, because we were supposed to achieve education for all in 2015. And we all know that we did not reach this goal. But at that time, government were committed themselves to achieve gender parity in 2015. And then ActionAid in 2004, just to have a feeling of what is happening in the field, sent an email to the country and said, how are you doing at local level? How are you doing at national level? Are the government respecting the commitment? And then the feedback we received was very negative for girls. So we understood that the government, they're building schools, they were sending the children to school, they were very committed, but the girls were not going to school. This is the feedback we received at that time because of, among other things, violence. So we started quickly with few amount of money in a lot of countries, asking them to do a quick research so that we have a clear idea of what is happening. So a lot of countries started this research from 2004. DRC, Kenya, Malawi, a lot of countries they decided to do the research, and then they send out the feedback. Yeah. So what we discovered in terms of the contributing factors to the violence, what we call violence, yeah, is that violence is deeply, physical violence is deeply integrated in the society and internalized both by the perpetrator and the survivor. Because the perpetrator thinks that it's a right to, yeah, and then the survivor also think that it is normal. So there's no breaking the silence. Traditional harmful practices such as early marriage, child marriage, female genital mutilation was really rampant. And also poverty was one of the contributing factors. Parent illiteracy and the negative perception of girls' marriage at girls' education at that time. Teachers recruitment and training. We were in the period of the SAFs, what we call the structural adjustment. So the recruitment for teachers went really down. Exclusion of girls who are married, even if they were forced in marriage, they were excluded from school. And also exclusion of girls, of pregnant girls, and there were no re-entry policy. So after delivery, they just stay at home. Inadequate infrastructure, the class size, there's no specific toilet for girls, distance between home, quasi-inexistence of legal policy framework, no sanction for the perpetrators, no school-based prevention and or protection mechanism, and lack of political will to recognize that violence is undermining girls' access, retention, and performance. And lastly, financial resource. Yeah, these are some because we have a lot. So we had this discussion with some girls in Kenya. We just asked them, what is your vision of a safe school? What do you think your school could be, so that you go in school every day with confidence? And this is what they said. For example, a teacher who is responsible of abuse should be out of the school, should not stay in the school. We need a re-entry policy for pregnant girls. Parents sensitize on girls' education and on violence. Space and time for homework. No early marriage. Free hot lunch at in the school. School not far from the house. School management committee available and listening. And also believe the school management committee should believe what they say, because sometimes it is the word of the girl against the word of the teacher or of the educator. And they also want more female teachers. Separate toilets for boys and girls, sanitary pads available all the time, confidential reporting mechanisms, etc., etc. These are some of the things the girls said. Yeah. And then when we look at all the research coming from countries, together with the women's rights team, we come up with this for the organization, working together at local level, national level, and international level with the human rights team. We decided for zero tolerance of violence against girls in school, increase the enrollment, retention, and completion by making the school safer for all the children. This is what we decided. And the objective for that is to make the government accountable for violence against girls at school. So the government should take the necessary decision to make it happen. Raise the consciousness on violence against girls and support girls to recognize, report, cope, and combat abuse, claim the right to an education free of violence. Encourage fundamental reform to the education system, and blah, blah, blah. So this is what we decided to do together with the women's rights team in 2006, after we received the feedback from, yeah. If I can have the bottle of water. You know, talkative people, they need water when they are speaking. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so in 2004, 2005, when we received the feedback from schools, from the local level, we put a few girls in a room in Tanzania, asking them how they see the school, what they want. And this is what comes from this. This is what in 2004, 2005. We just rephrase the sentences. And since then, I think that this is what is guiding our work on school-related gender-based violence. It's the charter, ActionAid Charter on Violence Against Girls at School, 10-point charters. And I'm sure the ActionAid colleagues here, they have it. If you don't have it, just tell me. And what we ask colleagues to do is to take this, remove the pictures. Yeah. Yes. Next. So what we do then, after we agree with the women's rights team, this is what we decide to do at international level, is to promote the charter, to engage on strategic partnership with Teachers Union, like with FAWE, with human rights organization Amnesty International. Fundraising, we did a very aggressive fundraising, and that ended up with 5 years multi-country project on violence against girls at school, SVAG and Beijing. And we decided also, after we assessed the capacity gap in countries, we organized 4 sub-regional workshops on how to campaign on violence against girls at school and on education financing. And then we start engaging with the UN agencies, UNESCO, UNICEF, etc., on violence against girls at school. Yeah. I think that he's quite slow, so you look at that. You are slow, but this is good for me. Okay, so international level. So at national level, I think that this slide is missing, but it's fine. At national level, what we decide to do is to promote the girls club, work with the traditional leaders, work with the school, build the capacity of school management committee, build the capacity of parents, and ensure that at national level we are part of a national platform on violence against girls at school, etc., etc. So we end up with this. This is a learning from the Violence Against Girls project, and this is also what we are sharing with all countries when they are programming on girls' education. So it's about putting the girls at the center. Can you read? It's difficult. So when you put the, thank you. When you put the girl at the center, you can see the green was the first circle after the girl is the thing which are impacting directly the girl. First, low access to welfare, and also to public services. Hidden in the curriculum, there is no spaces for girls to speak out also at school. And oh my God, it's not only you one. Coercive school discipline, sexual harassment, sexual and physical abuse, etc., etc. These are the things which impact directly the girl. And then we look at that, and in the next circle, we look at what is supposed to be done and it's not being done to address all these issues. And we see that at policy level, there's no mechanism to report the abuse. So we need to address that. And when the policy exists, the implementation is poor. Lack of legislation to protect girls from violence. And also high unemployment, so that poverty, and then we have what we call sugar daddy girls going out for old men to have money for them and to feed the family. You know all this. Economic inequality, and then on social, cultural, and health level, we can see that religious and customary codes on gender, example, dowry, early marriage, decision making. Yeah, because this is something really, if you want to program on girls' education, even on child education in general, you put the child at the center. This is really good. So what were our key demands at that time? Strong political will illustrated by the recognition of that as a barrier to girls' education by the government. Availability of data through a national study together with key actors. What is happening then, what was happening then, and is also happening now, it's in the country you have Oxfam, you have ActionAid, you have World Vision, you have Save the Children, you have 10 NGOs all working on the same issue, but on a specific corner of the country. None of us has the national coverage. So we feel that at that time to come together, to put the money in the same basket, to organize a national research so that the data is available at country level and that everybody can use as reference. Prevention and protection mechanisms with guarantee of confidentiality to promote more reporting and sanctions for the perpetrators at school level and at district level. And we want this at school level. It exists in the past. We used to have a social worker in school. Now the social worker is not there anymore. But we are asking the government to bring in so that, or a mechanism or an institution that the child can approach and talk to in confidentiality. Integration in teacher training center, adequate ways of addressing gender-based violence in school, and need for harmonization of age of marriage, age of majority, age of criminal responsibility, age of schooling. Because if we say that the child basic education is 9 and gradually 12, if the child starts school at 6, after 12 years of education, the girl is 18. So when you say that in your country, girl marriage is 16, for example, it's not fair because at 16, she's still at school. So we need to harmonize. Oh, I'm almost done. So 10 years down the road, where we are now, this is where we are now. We have a lot of learning from the two multi-country projects. For example, our partnership with the Institute of Education in London helped us to have a very good quality of research And then we have a very good M&E framework recognized internationally. And this conceptual framework we are also sharing with partners. And it raised the profile of our work on school-related gender-based violence. So that today we are part of a global advocacy group on this issue. And since 2009, when we did the education review, we came up with this, because after the review, we sent the message to all the countries asking them what are the issues which are undermining access, retention, and completion. And they came up with a lot of issues. So after selection, we end up with this 10, what we call a charter on promoting right to school. Free and compulsory, non-discrimination, adequate infrastructure, trained teachers, safe and non-violent environment, children should know their rights, education should be relevant, and children should participate, transparency and accountability system at school, and the quality of the learning. So you can see that if we organize this, if we integrate this in our programming, the gender-based violence issue is taken care of. It's pushing me here. So, in terms of where we are, I just want to share you, it is from 2013, from Mozambique. And this is between 2009 and 2013. This is, you can see the difference. The red one is the girls who are not part of the girls club, and the blue is the girls who are members of it. So, first one, okay for teachers to ask girls to do personal errands. So you can see that the blue is up. The blue is the children from the club. It's to show that the clubs empower the children. So what we are promoting since then is ensure that at school level, we have girls club, or we have boys club, or we have children club, depending on the context. In some contexts, it's difficult to put the children together. So, yes. So this is the last, huh? Not yet the end. We are not yet there. So the limitation, the challenges, the areas of improvement we think we need to reinforce. First, the capacity of staff and partners on mainstreaming the promoting right in school, because sometimes it's time consuming. But you cannot work on right in school if you don't know the legal and policy framework. The colleagues sometimes they take it for granted, but they know the policy related to education in the country, but they don't know. And if they go to the partners, it is difficult for them to address it. So we have this to address. Education related legal and policy framework does not exist in all the countries. And the colleagues, because they are not aware of it, because they don't know it, they cannot push for it. Giving valuable input to the government on the gender responsive sector plan. So if you don't have the capacity, you can't do it. And also children participation, mostly in Asia and in Africa, we are having issue between among the staff and also among the partners, because we are not used to listening to the children. Hopefully, we are improving. Integrating approach to programming at all levels. So are we integrating education to everything we are doing? As Chris said yesterday, we cannot work on education today and work on agriculture tomorrow. We need to integrate everything. Involving teachers, union, and education workers as part of a solution, and ensure that it is in the constitution. I'm doing that. Quality teachers recruitment, coordinated. I said it is the end. Can I finish?
You're 5 minutes over now.
Only 5.
You're robbing your panelists
of their time. Working with children, boys and girls, keeping school ready, gender-based violence on women's rights agenda, and putting girls' education at top priority with adequate budget allocation. And now we need to address privatization, because it is promoting a kind of inequality at local level and national level. Am I done? Okay, no, don't show me.
Why don't we come back to that?
Yeah. Can you remove it? Okay, thank you. I hope you get something of this, because Gareth was pushing so much. Now that I become the chair of the session,
Now you get to push the others.
You want to say
Please,
something?
please, no, take the chair.
Okay, so this is Andrina, one of our key partners. She's from FAWE, Forum of African Women in Education. Okay, so we have been working a lot with FAWE, and our direction for countries is when you are not very sure of your capacity on addressing school-related gender-based violence, please contact FAWE, and we are working together at local level and at national level, and we have signed an MOU in 2010. So, Andrina?
How much time? Now that you went beyond.
No,
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Hendrina Doroba. I'm working for Forum for African Women Educationalists. I want to start by apologizing. I know I should have been the one chairing this session, and I can assure you I was not going to give you that amount of time. But I'm presenting a paper which should have been presented by my chairperson, who was not able to travel. That's why there's been this change in terms of who's doing what, and I hope you bear with us. So I'm going to do a presentation. We were asked as partners of ActionAid to actually give an example of some of the things that have worked in as far as promoting gender responsive public services concerned. And I'm going to take you through some of the experiences that we have had in terms of what we've done in influencing policy, but also in informing policy on how to actually provide gender responsive services. This is something that has emerged from our interaction or our experiences of working with governments in ensuring that they make sure that girls or women are given the right to, are given the space to actually enjoy the right to education. Yes, so I'll talk a little bit about who we are, given that I'm not sure if all of you know who FAWE is, but I think that is important to Tanzania had taken us two separate national offices. In terms of our membership, I know some of you will be asking, we are an interesting Pan-African NGO who has members which include ministers of education, which include vice chancellors, which includes educationalists. And the reason we have that membership is because the founders of this organization were actually female ministers of education, who at the time realized that there was not much that was being done in as far as ensuring that issues of girls are actually put on the policy table. So their idea was, let's establish an organization that will actually bring these issues to the table. Because at the time, there were 5 female ministers against the 54 ministers of education. And during that conversation, none of the 49 ministers of education could actually bring issues of girls' education on the policy agenda. So that's how the organization started. And so we've continued with that. And we are using that as an advantage on our part in as far as policy engagement is concerned, because we have champions within the policy table who could actually help us influence policy at that level. Next slide. So in terms of what exactly do we do? Like I said, this is an organization that was established to say, put issues of girls' agenda on the policy agenda and make sure that action is taken. So we are basically looking at having evidence-based advocacy. When we started as an organization, it was more of creating that awareness of saying, the issues of girls' education is important and you need to put it on the table. But through that interaction, the policymakers were like, so what does this mean?
if you put it on the table, if you integrate it into policy, how do you translate that policy into action? So through that experience, we're then able to develop interventions just to showcase. Remember, we are an NGO. We do recognize that the government is the custodian of education across the continent, and therefore we had to work within our limitations, and therefore developed interventions just to showcase government and let them know that this is what it means to integrate gender into national policies, and this is what it means to change practice within the ministries of education. That's why we go into developing and implementing gender responsive interventions. And of course, the aspect of community mobilization is critical to us, because given the issues that were highlighted in the area presentation are to do with cultural practice, are to do with what is happening in the community. That actually gets into the classroom. So how do you engage and create change in a classroom if you are not engaging the community? And so we have a four-pronged approach, which is highlighted there. Next slide. Why do we do what we do? I think I'm not going to go into that. Basically, we want to promote equity and equality by fostering positive policies, but we also want to make sure our vision is ready to make sure that girls or women are given the opportunity to be able to enjoy their right to education and to contribute effectively to the development of the continent. Next slide. We've been in existence since 1992, and I'm sure some of you would be asking, why is it still there? What is going on? We still feel that as an organization we are relevant because issues of girls' education are still there. We've managed to create that awareness, but I think we haven't done much in as far as translating those policies into action, but also changing what is happening on the ground. And for sure, if we are thinking of advocating for gender responsive public policies, we really need to think about what does this really mean in real terms? What does it mean in terms of action? And if we have been in existence for about 23 years now, and we still have issues of low transition at secondary school, for us that's a concern as an NGO. We still have issues where very few limited participation of girls in secondary school. That is a concern, given our mandate and given our recognition that education is a right and everybody should be given an opportunity. So in terms of relevance, yes, we are still relevant because there are all those issues. You know that the world and the continent at whole has been reflecting on what have we done as since 2000 up to now, and what are some of the issues, and you realize that these issues are coming out. There's a need for us to look at what is going on at secondary level. There's a need to look at what is going on at preschool level, what is going on at university level, and what that really means when it comes to quality education. So in as far as the work that we do, we feel we are still relevant because those issues are still there. Next slide. So over the years, we've learned as an organization. Like I said earlier, we started off on creating awareness, and I'm sure some of you were part of that movement of just making issues of girls' education and so on. And then we moved from that to now showcasing the how to do it. And since then, we've been able to develop various models, and three key ones is the one to do with youth empowerment. Youth empowerment because we thought the girl or the boy and the girl are critical in this transformation process. They need to appreciate who they are. They also need to appreciate that they need to coexist. It's not about favoring one or the other. It's about working as a team. And so we developed an intervention which looks at empowering both the boys and girls, appreciating one another, but also building their capacity to be able to talk about issues. And remember, we are talking of a girl who is coming from a background where they're not given the space to talk about their own issues, where they cannot explain why they are not able to attend school, why they are not paying attention, and so on. And so we felt it was important to first of all deal with the target group, who is the girl. And in the process, we realized we could not work with the girl alone. We needed to work with the boy. And so we then had to adapt a gender approach where we brought in both girls and boys and looking at the issues on how they could actually promote and support learning while supporting each other. Another area that we looked at, or another model that we developed, was a model to do with teachers. From our studies, again, from our research, we realized that nothing works well if the teacher is not gender responsive. And when we say gender responsive, is taking cognizance that the reason why me as Hendrina, I'm not able to concentrate now because of my biological setup. Gender responsive in the sense that me as Hendrina, when we are having break, I need more time to actually prepare myself to come to the next lesson. So then we had to develop a model which is around building the capacity of teachers from the pedagogical. It's not about content, it's about how they deliver the lesson. Is the lesson gender responsive? Is the classroom interaction gender responsive? Is the way the class managed gender responsive? And so on and so forth. So we developed that model and we realized it was helping. But because we're doing I want to call them isolated intervention, we didn't make much difference. We empower the girl, for instance, then the teachers think the girl is being arrogant. We empower the teacher, then the school managers think the teachers are spending too much time dealing on these girls' issues. And so we had now to put all those together into a package, which I hope I'll be able to I don't know how much time I'm given, which I hope I'll be able to take you through on some of our experiences on how we have done that. And that is the next slide, which is talking about the gender responsive school. Gender responsive one, next slide, yeah. So what is this gender responsive model? Remember, we are an NGO working within the setup of the government. And all we do is to work very closely with government. And given that, some of the government members are our staff, are our members, so we have to make sure that we work very closely with them for two reasons, which has worked for us. One is because we are working together, we initiate the program together, we implement together. When it comes to turning the tables and bringing that on the advocacy agenda, it becomes very easy for us, because this is something that we have been informing them throughout the process, and they understand and appreciate. So when we are saying, let's integrate gender responsive pedagogy in our school policy, in our national policy, it becomes much easier. Now, what is this gender responsive school? For us, it's a school that provides a friendly and conducive learning environment for both boys and girls. And conducive, we are talking of it in terms of the teaching process, the interaction, the school management, and all that has to do with the learning to take place in the school. It is holistic in approach because it has to deal with all the different other factors that impinge on the girl performing. Remember, Victorine actually presented that, where they were looking at school-related gender-based violence and some of the issues. So our model kind of addresses each of those elements. And we said, you cannot address one and think that you are going to keep the girls in school. You have to address all those issues. And this is why it is called a holistic approach. Next. I'm not going to go into detail, but maybe just to give you an idea, this is something that we started working on in 1999. Then we had some, we started this as a pilot and then had some evaluation, improved on the model, and then we went back and tried it in a few other countries. And then in 2004, then we went on replicating. As we are speaking now, in 23 of the countries where we are operating, we have at least established a model and are using that to actually engage with governments in terms of integrating gender into national policies. Next. These are some of the partners that actually supported our idea and have been supporting us through in ensuring that this dream becomes a reality. So I'll not go into details on who they are. Next. In terms of the implementation process, again, holistic in terms of intervention, but also holistic in terms of approach. We have to go through a detailed analysis of what is actually happening in the school for various reasons. One is to be able to establish what is really the issue in a particular school where we want to transform. So we go through a very detailed, and I don't know if I have time to go through that, but we go through a very detailed process in terms of understanding the issue, in terms of raising awareness, in terms of now bringing the various stakeholders together. And remember, issues of girls is not cannot be handled by one person. It has to be handled by multiple partners. So we bring the multiple partners together in what we call visioning, trying to agree and say, what does it really mean to make this school gender responsive, and who is supposed to do what? And that does not mean it's only FAWE that will undertake intervention. We have various partners taking up the responsibility to say, this is the role we'll play, and this is how we are going to contribute, including the target group who are the students themselves. Overall, for the transformation to take place, and remember, we are taking over from a school that is government, that is public and owned by government. The facilities may not be as good, so there's a lot that needs to be done. For you to see a particular change happening, you have to engage in a minimum of 3 years. Next slide. In terms of the package, of course, again, I don't want to go into details in that, but there has to do something to do. You have to intervene by working with the teachers, intervene by working with the community, intervene by working with the school management system, intervene by making sure that the community around is actually engaged or participates in the whole process. Otherwise, it will not work. So our package includes some of those areas that were highlighted before. In terms of impact, in the schools where we have actually worked very closely, we have seen total transformation of the school. And remember, we are talking of a public school or a government school in some instances. We have seen that things have changed in terms of the physical infrastructure. We've seen teachers who are more responsive to the needs of both boys and girls. We've seen situations where school management teams actually put in place rules and regulation that actually favor or promotes participation by girls and boys. And in terms of the longer term impact, of course, the whole idea of trying to transform that is to make sure that performance, participation is increased. And we have a few examples of what has happened in as far as performance is concerned, as far as participation is concerned. And I have a few examples from Kamulange, from Chad, and then we have mothers groups from Malawi, and I think people, if there's anybody from Malawi, would agree with me, this is something that the ministry has taken up very seriously in terms of integrating into national policy. Next. At policy level, remember I said our idea is develop, demonstrate intervention, and engage at policy level. So we have used the same experience that we've had in terms of implementing those smaller scale intervention, which sometimes could be challenging, because when you are engaging with government, they would want you to have a bigger scale intervention for you to convince them. And what we do with that is normally to get other partners to buy into our idea, implement, do their own external studies, and then build up that case to engage government. We successfully managed to do that with the government of Kenya. I know that there are people from Kenya here who also agree with me that the government of Kenya actually committed, as a result of our experience and sharing of what we did in AIC Kajiado and one other secondary school, and because of the gender policy that was put in place, where FAWE was very instrumental in putting up the policy, they were able to commit to actually integrate our approach in 72 schools across the continent as a model in each constituency. We also saw, I know there are people from Uganda, that because of the experience that we had also in working with governments and the work that we did in Uganda, when the Minister of Education got funding to actually implement gender considerations, FAWE was picked as a partner to actually do that process. So for us, those are some of the success stories in terms of moving from just simple demonstration to actually engaging into policy, but also to accompany and work with the people that we want to change the policies. I have also some beneficiary stories of some of our girls who have actually gone through the schools where we work and the kind of experience that they've had. That is something that you can look at later. I don't think we have time for that. Now, what has been some of the lessons that we've learned through this process? Remember, this is something that we started in 1999. It's been a learning process. It has not been an easy thing. We had to build on our gaps and improve. And over the years, we realized that issues of girls' education is not an issue that you can done by one single intervention. There are multiple issues, and therefore they require multiple intervention. We also realize that when we are talking about integrating gender into national policies, there has to be that level of ownership. It's not something that FAO would do alone or ActionAid would do alone. It requires multiple partners, and therefore getting that buy-in could be a challenge sometimes, but it's critical in the success of the program. Another challenge that we faced, because of the so many interventions that are required, and because these interventions are not only implemented by FAO, but they are being implemented by various partners. When you take this package to government for integration, they'll tell you, you only did it in AIC Kajiado, or you did it in that school, and you are not the only partner. So how do you expect the government to take all that process? And that can be challenging. But what is important is that the government needs to have that commitment to say they want to finance and support the transformation process. And financing the transformation does not mean they will take care of all the needs. Some of the needs have to do with community mobilization. It doesn't require any government funding. Some of it had to do with just changing the mindset of teachers and school managers. It doesn't need that. But at the end of the day, there has to be that commitment, because in terms of monitoring mechanism, in terms of ensuring that facilities are in place, we would need a bit of financing. Next. Others, of course, the capacity building I've talked about, partnership I've talked about, but more importantly, remember transformation, we are talking about systemic change. It's not something that happens overnight. So there also has to be some patience in seeing the results. And we had that experience where you go in a school and you want everything to happen in one day. It doesn't happen that way. If you are changing people's attitude, people's mindset, it takes a long time. And so you need to be patient, and you need to give it that amount of time. Next. What opportunities exist for scaling up? Of course, I may not go into those details, but we have the recently launched SDGs, and that has implication in as far as having a holistic approach, in as far as having cross-sectoral consultation, and so it's important, and it's an opportunity that we could use. At Africa level, we have the continental strategy that is being developed. How do we ensure that issues of gender are integrated? We know that it's a priority, but how do we support member countries to make sure? We believe this is one way we could do that. Next. In terms of way forward, we are saying, I think this is something that has worked. We need to continue. We can work together. We can build on more evidence and engage government to make sure that the women and girls are given the opportunity. Next. I'll not talk about that. Yes, I'll not talk about that, but in terms of the checklist, there is a checklist that we have developed to show whether this transformation is taking place or not. And that is those are some of the things that we check out for. But more importantly, I want to say, as FAO, we value partnership, and we appreciate if we could work together on that. Thank you.
But I did 20, she did even more than me. So, okay, thank you. I came back from the movie we saw yesterday, the movie from Nigeria, and the need for us to work together with Huawei wherever they are. We're supposed also to have a representative from Asia here, but unfortunately, Farah, who was supposed to do it, busy in Paris, which is possible. So can we do 15 minutes?
No, 20 minutes.
This is the dictatorship. Women dictatorship. I will stop.
You can try. Well, this is the challenge of an Asian man coming into a meeting dominated by African women. So yeah, my previous speakers have taken 22 minutes each, but I'll try to do justice to the initially assigned times. We have started discussion on privatization from yesterday, from Wangary's excellent presentation that we have seen. And there has been some concerns raised, some queries around evidence, whether we have proof or numbers about privatization, what is the impact of it. So I'll try to respond to some of that. Next. So in my presentation, I'll try to cover a few things, that the whole notion of education as a public good, which used to be very certain, which is now being challenged. How education is gradually looked as a business and how the international financial institutions are promoting that concept. What are the issues emerging from privatization? What is the negative gender impact of privatization? How we can resist the negative trends through offering feasible alternatives? And what can be the road ahead? And I have listed down some resources where you can get more information and research which genuinely documents the impact of privatization. So a quick look at the history. After the Second World War, we have seen the Declaration of Human Rights. There has been a strong drive for universal literacy and public education. Education was seen as the great equalizer, which is leveling the playing field and helping people to unleash their full potential. But that started changing in the 80s when there was Washington Consensus, which was basically the blueprint from neoliberalization. And it started declining investment in public services like education. There was some improvement in 2000 when the Millennium Development Goals and Education for All was announced. However, there was some rhetorics of rights, but it was actually contradicted by the implementation, and it were just limited to development goals, which only partially highlighted the aspects of rights. And we have seen in the recent decades that inequality in society, in economy has been on the rise, and wealth has been concentrated with a group of plutocrats. And this has seen attempts to perpetuate the skewed system, which is making it difficult to get good education without paying for it. And that's where the whole story of privatization started. So looking at education as a business, or the myth of the benevolent private sector, I think some of the colleagues yesterday was looking at private sector, how it's very benevolent and filling in the gap. So we have seen the economic crisis and sometimes natural disasters and emergencies, which forced cuts in budgets, and private providers stepped in, especially in countries where there were very weak regulations on private education. And it has started under the euphemism of innovative financing, leading to low fee and most of the times low quality private schools in the name of parental choice and greater participation of private sector. And these are not non-profits. If we look at the top 20 education multinationals, they are worth $36 billion. And Pearson is the biggest among them, running from academic tests to chains of schools, especially in Ghana and Kenya, but rapidly expanding to other countries. And there are cases of double profit. On one hand, they're charging fees to the poor parents. On the other hand, they're getting subsidies from the government, from the financial institutions, and quote unquote philanthropic subsidies from Google, from Facebook, and other providers. So if we look at the World Bank Group and International Financial Corporation, we see that they have been aggressively promoting private sector through challenging the whole principle of education as a public good, through knowledge products and policy support, and promoting public-private partnerships. And looking at IFC, it's promoting for-profit education blatantly. It considers laws as financial hurdles and provides guidance to private providers of education to be very profitable and flourishing enterprises. So that's how the whole IFI notion links to private provision, which was a question we faced yesterday. Next. Here is a very simple graph. Does World Bank really support education for poor people? So you see World Bank investment in profit-making, fee-charging, multinational private school, Bridge International Academy in Kenya and Uganda. How much? 10 million. How much are they investing in public education? 0. I think that speaks for itself. And the whole notion that we have heard about $6 per month, as Wangari also mentioned her presentation, if this is what costs for a family of 3 children, if we consider all the costs, it would be 68% of monthly income in Kenya and 75% of monthly income of poor families in Uganda. So you can see how affordable it is, and that rhetoric really doesn't hold up under scrutiny. So what are the issues that we have seen emerging from privatization? First of all, the question of equity and coverage. It does not reach the poor and the advantaged. To give you a specific example, Chile had this whole market-based education for 30 years, which is now embarking on a regulatory approach because they have seen the whole cases of segregation and stratification within the community and within the society. So that's the future we are looking at if we are favoring private education in our countries, that we'll have to try to undo it decades down the line. There has been absence of evidence to support idea of so-called advantages of private school, especially when family background is taken into consideration. Usually more well-off parents send their children to private schools, who then give additional support through private tuition and coaching, and that actually raises the grades, not actually the teaching in the private school. So there is no definitive case of advantage. And these low quality private schools engage non-professional and untrained teachers, and sometimes they engage in showing this technology, right? If you have a tablet, you don't need a teacher. That sort of approach, which basically undermines the whole education process. There is very strong lack of transparency and accountability mechanisms, because we have seen you will not get data of what they're doing inside the classroom, how much fees they're charging, and so it's very closed, like a black box. And these are all dependent on external funding. So you don't know the private school that's funding in your area, whether it will go out of business because it's not being supported by the government. In terms of negative gender impact, again, I think Wangari did a brilliant job yesterday, so I'll just run down a few key points. First of all, girls in rural areas don't get the benefit because most of these private schools are clustered in urban areas. Parents prefer to send boys instead of girls when fees are involved. And it lacks the incentives in some of the public schools where they give subsidies and stipends for girls, but these are not provided in the private schools. And the whole structural exclusion of groups unable to afford it can set the stage for sending children to sectarian schools, the religious schools, as we have seen, and leading to a very fractured society. So these are the long-term impact. We have seen the whole human rights bodies expressing the concern. I mean, just over the last 1 year, we have seen the UN Committee on the Rights of Child, CRC, the UN Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, and the UN Committee on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women express some of the concerns. This is basically a key summary of the concerns that they have expressed. For example, they have strongly recommended to the country governments that they need to assess and address the consequences of the rapid development of private education and the impact on the full realizations of children's right on education. So CRC sent this query to the government of Ghana. Take all possible means to eliminate the disparities that exist between private and public schools. This was a query sent to the government of Chile, and the government is now taking a policy framework to address this. To strengthen the regulations and expand monitoring and oversight mechanisms for private education institutions, CSR sent this query to the government of Uganda, and ensure that teachers from the public sector contributes to the improvement of education rather than being used by the private sector, which was the very alarming case that was taking place in Morocco. So these are some of the queries that came out in terms of the negative aspects of privatizations. I would request you to take very careful look at these 4 points to give you food for thought. First of all, are these IFIs benevolent donors or lenders with strict conditions to enforce ideology of privatizations? This is something that bears serious thinking. Secondly, is it rational or logical to expect private sector whose sole mandate is to maximize profit to deliver on non-profit public good like basic education? Isn't it fundamentally contradictory? What do the governments really lack? Is it resources or prioritizations? And keeping in mind, only 8 days of global military expenditure, which is $39 billion US, can ensure 12 years of education for all. So is it the lack of money or is it the lack of priority? We need to ask ourselves that. And I think these questions came out yesterday, that if we have both private and public school, we will send our children to private school. That is not the question to ask. The question to ask is, if we have access to both free paying private school and free public school of equal quality, will we still send our children to private school? Exactly, and that's something that we need to work towards. Not just saying, let's just send off our children to private school. So looking at the solution, some possible solution, how can we resist this? So here is a quote from Noam Chomsky, who explains the whole transition of public to private very succinctly. If you want to private something and destroy it, a standard method is first to defund it, take away the funding, so it doesn't work anymore, and then people get upset and accept privatization. This is basically the whole story of privatizations in 3 lines. So the credible alternative is to resist the defunding by finding progressive domestic resources. Looking at actual country cases, let's look at Brazil. We have colleagues from there who can supplement. There is a national formula to determine the share of state taxes to be assigned to education in the decentralized revenue system. So there is a formula there. Education funding formula aimed at tackling inequality across regions. So there are floors set for minimum spending for per pupil for each level, with higher levels of financing for rural areas and disadvantaged groups. So that's how you address inequality. And in the new bill, 75% of the drilling royalties for the government will go to education and 25% to health. Projection additional $75 billion for education in the next 10 years. This is how you address the whole notion of privatization. But there is also cloud on the horizon. Pearson, the organization we spoke about, they are investing already $1 billion in 2 school chains and setting school curriculum so that when these increased resources come available, they can also tap into that. So these are the things that we need to be careful about. So what's the road ahead for us? First of all, to raise awareness on the implication of strong and progressive taxation in education. So give you an example, what are the tax incentives? For example, in my country, Bangladesh, it's equivalent to training every untrained teacher and building 15,000 new classrooms. This is what is possible if you can stop these tax incentives. And what is a real life case study? Through effective tax mobilization policies, Ecuador, a country in Latin America, tripled its education expenditure from 225 million in 2003 to 6 to 941 million in 2007 to 10. And their constitution establishes that education shall respond to the public interest and will not be subservient to individual or corporate interests. So they have the policy, they have the financing, and they're making progress. We need to ensure that mobilized resources are earmarked for gender responsive public services. This is the question we also faced, that if we have more money in the government, how does it go to education or health? Simple, we need to have earmarking policies which are already in place in some countries. We need to promote good practices of adequately resourced public education systems and its benefits. So let's not despair at some of the bad case studies we have seen. Let's look at the good case studies that are there already, which shows how public education works and it does not need private streams. We need to advocate for the 4S, which is the share, size, sensitivity, and scrutiny of the education budgets. And we need to challenge privatization through multi-pronged approach, through human rights mechanism, as I have given the example, undertaking further research on the claims of efficiency, quality, and coverage of private education system and their providers, through working closely with public sector unions like Education International, Public Services International, and tax justice networks, and through analyzing multilateral like World Bank, IMF, IFC, regional banks, and bilateral like DFID, promotion of private education and their alignment with human rights commitment, because they're clearly violating it, and we need to start challenging that. And as you can see, this is the research done last year by Global Monitoring Team. If governments in 67 low and middle income countries expanded their tax base and devoted 20% of their budget to education, which is a very, common standard, they could have raised by this year $153 billion, which is much more than required for ensuring education for all. So again, the question of political will. And lastly, this is a list of useful resources. We host Right to Education project, which has done reports on violation of right to education in Africa by DFID, and UN Special Rapporteur's reports on privatization. You can find this in the links. There are other research initiatives on privatization, and there are even action guides on how education can be financed through domestic resources. Research from Global Campaign for Education and Education International. So you can take a look at it to find the resources. So I'll end here by inviting you all to start the critical reflections. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. What we'll do now, we are putting the question on the screen, and we would like you to quickly go for tea break, 10-minute maximum, please. And then we come back and we answer the question in Bas group. So I would like to thank Tanvi and Rina for their presentation, and thank myself for my presentation. And would like to say that the most important for us is to ensure wherever we are that the public school function. This is a challenge for us. Ensure that all the public school function, and then we can then challenge the private school by making all the public school work. Yeah, we thought of that, but yeah, we are going to have discussion around table, and then when we come back, we will have space for that. Sorry for that. Huh? Yeah, okay, people, please. 10 minutes, don't forget, please.
Oh, just one housekeeping point. If you need airport transfer today, confirm with Beverly at reception. Did everyone hear that? Housekeeping point. If you need airport transfer today, confirm with Beverly your details for departure time. She's waiting there. Let's reconvene, everyone. Madam Chair.
Savior there? Savior? Yeah. Savior. We are starting. Hello, hello, hello. We are starting. Should we start without you? So now, how many minutes you want to give? Okay. Yeah, yeah. One per table. Yeah, this is what we have planned. Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay, dear colleagues, we are back. Okay, sorry. Okay, can you please, in your table, discuss the 3 questions quickly in 10 minutes? Are we together? Okay, 10 minutes for the 3 questions, and then when we are doing the feedback, we will ask each table to report on 1 question. This is why we would like you to write down the answers on this so that we can collect them later. Yeah. The 3 question, the responses to the 3 question on this, but when times come to report, you report only in 1 question. We will ensure that all the 3 questions are addressed during the feedback. Thank you. 10 minutes from now.
Wake us up with the light. Relax, everyone. Candles.
I'm sure you're talking to me because the team guys just sort of lulled me down.
Oh. I'm counting on the coffee to bring me up. Okay, now Moses, you had a very passionate point. Now so we've got the 3 questions. Oh.
Right? What's the point was about the question?
It was a bit more on the factual clarification, right? Which is good. I mean, I think followed up what we did with presenters to make sure these things. So look, of these 3, where is our energy? What does gender responsive learning environment look like? How should ActionAid with allies respond to gender-based violence to ensure gender responsive public approach? And finally, strategies to challenge the evidence of privatization and undermining limited gains in gender equality.
I think they're all fairly broad questions, but if, for instance, I look at the first one, to me, what gender responsibility look like, I think I want to sort of just reach around those things. I think we can look at the hardware of the environment and the software. The hardware is really about the infrastructure. That's one. But the software is just about the mindset of the teachers and all of the so I think one would want to look at it around those areas. Also for infrastructure ways. Does it have enough toilet systems and talk about classroom? There's a lot around infrastructure. But then there's most important to complete a good gender responsive ecosystem is then to look at the mindset. And that's what perhaps it may be a little bit very difficult to put your fingers on. Because it's about dealing with behaviors and attitudes. You are dealing with teachers who have been trained in a different system, and then they actually being told to teach in a different system. So that software, I think we need to spend a lot of energy on.
It's interesting too, learning environment is intentionally broad because I think the other thing I really got from the policy work is how the school has to have its tentacles out, engage with so many stakeholders in the community to have some success, right? Including different parts of government, parents, these governance structures. I mean, I think on the software side, that comes to very strong.
And to me, it just has opened another sphere because when I speak from the South African perspective, say, and personally, when you look at gender-based violence, you're thinking it's when you harm a child. But that it is put in this perspective by the presenter to say it's gender-based violence, there are no products.
Yeah.
So I think we need to come and very strongly to say we can have a girl child. Many countries are giving sanitary towels, but we didn't look at it as violating the rights, and that we put it categorically. When we say it's gender-based violence, it comes up strongly and it will impact on. I just had a little bit of a triangular to say is the child or the kid, which is a girl, and the parents and the school, and the base is our government. So if the multi-government as a gender activist say we're violating and abusing the girl child by not having A, B, C, and D. So I think
it's true. It's very strong with position. I was struck by that too, like violence in that
exactly, yes,
violation
because
of
as
human
it
rights
is,
violation.
when it's a human rights violation, but we base our violation on certain issues to say no, it's soft, as we're putting it as hard and soft.
Then I think it's also important the point that you made on Angelo of referring that the school should be seen as part of the community. Like,
Exactly.
it's one thing
Yes.
creating a gender responsive school environment, but this child doesn't live at the school.
Yes.
And it could be abused between the school and the home. So
On the way,
on the
at
way.
home, on the way to school.
So you certainly need to create an environment which spans from school to home. And so then the whole thing of perception, behavior change, attitude change really stretches from home to school. What sort of
It's very true. It ties with Peter's presentation too about this model of gender-based violence and having everyone effectively participate. Somehow the theory of change is a way
And
we're living
it
in
becomes very, very evident in the special schools of the children that are disabled children, where you find that they get banned in schools because they legs fall short, and blind children and deaf children die in a dormitory. And then now teachers even abuse the learners sexually. If you can't hear.
Because away from being disabled, without child around, that whole sense of vulnerability, yes, that comes with that feeling. But also something I wanted to say that
those that have made changes to the questions have been made and they can't take anything. So we think several changes. The changes affecting
People see your face.
one little one when we talk about whatever sexuality issues frequently people forget that girls and also first when talking about that we talk about environment for which even the girls even feel victim violence, but they are as ignorant as anything that you would see from somewhere. Because we step out the girls, speaking the girls about their sexuality that happens, but the other side that is supposed to be supporting the class environment and develop is completely left out.
so that's why you need to look at it.
Yeah.
Find that involving boys and change generally, including things like sexuality.
And safety and security.
Well, not very much. I mean, I think
Yeah, I have something on the next.
okay.
And I gave it to an example from you, where actually I think the government itself, the government has decided to militarize school. they are getting in schools and recruiting what they call, for lack of a better word, crime preventers. Now, when you have a situation like that, I think the response of ActionAid and to this, and perhaps to a set of other gender irresponsiveness should be to raise the things up.
So it's government's actually using schools as a place to recruit what, political supporters or actually
Crime preventers. That they are training school children as crime preventers. And their narrative is that
Crime prevention.
their narrative is that, oh no, we need to have crime prevention. And they take them through a militarization of some sort.
Oh,
And this is
where's
happening,
that Uganda?
yes, and this is happening in public schools. So now the abuser is actually the government, which is supposed to be the provider of this public education.
how discouraging.
Yeah.
Where you transport children into speaking about this, the president is going and witnessing the passing out of his small children holding sticks as guns, and just literally raping and defiling their minds. But if you say, what, how should actually respond to this? Of course, then you can they can weigh these things very positively. We sort of create a bit of a rock and hard surface.
Yeah.
What would be the pushback? From
We are the ones to raise it.
yes, the pushback would be, you can't do that. God, then can we de-register you?
It's always the question you can, I think, now, isn't it? Is how far can you push?
How far can we push without
It's the shrinking political space. It's very interesting. Some people say
Excuse me, colleagues. I just want to inform you that we are not going to ask you the question of your choice. So we will ask you to respond to a specific question, 1, 2, or 3. So it is important for you to respond to the 3 questions. Thank you. You have 3 questions, so it is important that on your table you respond to the 3 questions. Because when I come here, I will ask you, can you respond to question 2 or 3 or 1? So you don't have a choice.
we don't set the exam, she sets the question. We must have one. Just to make sure we at least touch on it. Privatization. Andrea, again, I find this very interesting on point 3. This point on evidence, creating independent evidence on privatization to question the narrative. Do we have some comparative advantage in that? I mean, I think this is very smart. Do we have any specific initiative on this started for action? Like doing our own counter research on private schools?
So for example, we have the multi-country NORAD project, right? Yeah, we should be looking at the whole.
Is it in there? Have we made it into a real activity within the NORAD project? It's planned.
I think the most important the way of presenting it was about to be presented.
Just to give you a quick example, first of all, we don't do it on our own because it's too big an issue.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. So,
2 minutes.
so
Don't let go.
You had the last question. It's not 2 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, we are starting, colleagues. Let's start with this table. Yeah. Question 1 here, please. Could we listen to each other? Pens down on the table now. Pens down on the table and we listen to each other, please. Okay. Question 1 on table 1.
What does gender responsive learning environment look like? It's got it caters for the needs, the different needs of boys and girls. So the infrastructure also accommodates the girls. For instance, there should be sanitary facilities and there should be girls' toilets. It should also cater, it should be accessible even for people living with disability. And there should be a conducive policy environment so that, for instance, girls who fall pregnant can go back to school. And this should be at a broader level and also at the school level. At broader level, it will be a policy which affects the whole nation. And at school level, it's like creating a conducive environment so that the girls would feel like they can fit in even if they've had children already before. I don't know if my colleagues want to add.
No, I don't think so. Thank you. Please, to save time, because Garrett is putting pressure on me. If you are to respond to question 1, don't repeat. Good? 2.
For our group, for question 2, how should ActionAid respond to gender-based violence and ensure gender-responsive public education service in the context of HRBA? We're saying stakeholder engagement for policy change, and also in order to raise the awareness of the importance of gender-responsive public services. We're saying we need to link our PRS work to gender-responsive public services in schools. Then we're saying establishment of girls and boys forums in schools, so that they can talk about what they need. Then also to have referral systems established, and where these are established, they need to strengthen these linkages. Thank you.
Thank you. No addition? Yes? No? Question 3?
We were very intimidated, so the discussion was very short. So question 3, what we should do is to conduct research looking specifically on the impact of privatization on girls to generate evidence for advocacy and to build network with other like-minded organizations to build up the collective voice on the issue.
That's it? Yes. Wow. Short, huh? Thank you. Question 4 here. I want you to respond to question 2. No, question 4. Question 1 here.
So we said that gender responsive learning environment is one that first of all respects the rights of women and girls. So it addresses issues of violence, addresses issues around infrastructure that is specific to the needs of girls in schools, so including sanitation facilities. But we also said that a gender responsive learning environment should allow or create, a space or environment where boys and girls can construct new relationships with each other and with content or subject to outside environment. So we're talking about destroying stereotypes or patriarchal notions and, straight jacketing, deconstructing gender norms and allowing the construction of new ideas, relationships, and so on.
Yeah, 2.
Okay. We looked into the introducing safety plans in schools that focus mostly on parents and SGBs as to guide, especially when it comes to the safety of children and also bringing weapons in schools and things like that, and also the gender balance that should be at schools. And then also looking at capacitating educators to handle issues of gender-based violence in schools, because it's important if they're able to handle it, and then they can be able to monitor it in the schools as well. And then also involving parents in the children's education, moreover into role modeling, and to participate in all the activities that are at school, and also in helping with the children with their homeworks, and also instilling the principles of gender equity from homes and also within the school community.
Yeah, thank you. You want to try 3 here? Question 3?
Okay, thank you. Our table started with the transformation of the environment that has to be holistic in approach, and we looked at the accessibility in terms of the distance that children travels. Some they drown, for instance. All ours is combined. We have combined the 3. Can I proceed? Thank you. Okay. And then, as I said, that we looked at the question of the accessibility in terms of the distances, yes, and resources, lack of resources, that find that schools that are in rural areas are not well taken off in terms of the resources, and that creates a gap between those who are in urban and then those who are in rural areas. And we further said our when it comes to question 3 in terms of the strategy, that will start by educating the trainers through workshops and other methods, and the community around the schools to be aware by coming up with the awareness campaigns in order to conscientize them. We said the gender issues has to be incorporated into the school curriculums, so that each child has to be, well conscientized and well informed in terms of what does gender issues entails. And the reporting system, we said we need a very effective reporting system that will sort of minimize the gender-based violence or address gender issues. Further, again, we said we need a very effective judiciary system. We are aware, particularly in the rural areas, that judiciary system is still headed by chiefs who are men, and they take sides. And we then touch again the question of privatization, as I said, to our age. It means we just went on. Okay, maybe I can stop there. Yes, privatization, we said it creates a gap. We said it promotes inequity. That creates a gap and encourages classes. Those who are in rural areas are seen to be not well taken care of. And furthermore, we said again, it divides the society. And you find that a child that is from the rural area, when, for instance, I come for the interview, I mean, in terms of the articulation, I won't be in the same level with the child that is in the private school. And in terms of the resources, again, it's not the same. And finance-wise, we know that people that are in the rural areas are poor. And therefore, we said, I think we said we need the government has to be hooked in here in order to advocate equity and try and come up with the strategies that will address the question of the resources and the question of the environment in order to keep privatization. Thank you.
Make public school function. You have done it already? No. You want to try 3 again? Okay. Question 3.
I think for question 3, our group felt that I think to be able to come up with empirical evidence that we need to work with consortiums, because it's a really huge area that we cannot cover as ActionAid, and we need to really identify a consortium with other human rights-based partners, and then to be able to build up the country-based test sites. So it's really more of jointly engaging in this research, so that we just don't have isolated cases.
Research and partnership. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Nothing to add? You want to try too?
So our take as well was on question 3. So 2.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Question 2, Ibsen.
Yeah. But you want to, if you are comfortable to, because 3, you have a lot.
Okay. So on question 2, we decided that what ActionAid can do is work together in involving community leaders and teachers and learners and government to address to tackle the GBV and come up with strategies that are suitable for everyone concerned and affected by the violence. And on question 3, it's almost similar what stakeholders, involving stakeholders, that is the best way.
Working together with teachers. Thank you. So, if there is any burning clarification, question, if you don't ask, you will die. I can give you clarification from the panelists, or is it burning?
I think it's more educative than it would assist ActionAid to use it.
Okay, you want to help us. So it is burning.
It is burning. According to
1 minute, because there is another panel.
No.
Garrett, she's asking for clarification and it is burning.
Just
Okay, yes. Contribution.
Yes. I'm just giving my contribution. Thank you, facilitator, to say, yes. You know, that ActionAid is saying gender-based violence in the school as taking the needs of girl children and putting it together with a boy child. To me, if we take it even to our government as a gender-based violence issue, it will give sense to them. And because gender-based violence is when somebody is murdered, somebody has got blood, but that my rights have been violated as a girl child for a sanitary pad and put it across as a gender-based violent issue is very powerful. Thank you.
Thank you. Very strong contribution. Thank you. So no more. Okay, thank you. So quickly, I would like to finish by saying that we have free questioning. For the free question, what I get from you quickly, unless Tanvi Andrina, you want to say 1 word on privatization, 1 word on the first question, and it's okay, Tanvi? It's okay. Okay, so on question 3, for example, let me start from there. We agree that we need to work on partnership with other organizations because ActionAid alone cannot bring the change we want. And then we need evidence. This is what you said here. Okay. On question 2, yeah, we need a policy to ensure conducive environment at school globally under the policy. And question 1 also, I think that it's about having the adequate infrastructure so that children feel very comfortable in the school and safe. That means infrastructure, that means class size, that means toilet, that means also existing policy respected, implemented to ensure the school is gender responsive. But globally, because the issue here is, I want to finish with the trend on privatization. Let's ensure when we leave this room that outside there is a trend, there is a threat to to the education of our children. And this threat is privatization. It's coming slowly, because when they start in the very remote part of the country where there's no school. So if you say, oh, it's only one school, it's only 2 schools, no, you will, at the end of the day, you will be surprised. So let's ensure when we go to check what is happening and see as partner, as education activists, what we can do to start challenging privatization and to start making our public service function, our public education function, because this is the most important. As Tanvi said, if there is private education and then public education giving the same quality of education, everybody will send the children to the public school. And this is what we want, because it is free. And it's the government responsibility. Thank you, everybody. And sorry for pushing you. And Garrett, who is not ready? Should I continue? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we've just been adjusting the format for the next session a bit. The first thing is we've enlisted a very excellent chair. I want to thank Boramai for taking on this next session to do time management and traffic management. She's very strict, I've heard. Small, but very strict. So she'll help us. And we've adjusted the format a little bit to make sure that everyone has a chance to present in plenary and that we have a little time for discussion. So I'll hand over to Boramai. I think if we manage the time well, everyone can present in plenary and we can finish roughly on time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Garrett. And thank you for assigning me for this post. I'll try to be strict. Hi, I'm Boramai from ActionAid Cambodia. So I'm just going to facilitate this session. So we have adjusted the schedule a little bit. So we will not have the cafe discussions. We will do the presentation at the stake. So everybody got the opportunity to hear all the presentation. And because we have been hearing a lot from the African programs, so today we have some presentation from the Southeast Asian country program as well. So we have 4 presentations and we will be dividing into 2. So the first will be the presentation from Brazil and followed by presentation from ActionAid Myanmar with the program focus on the urban areas. So we just club them together. Without further ado, I would like to invite Gabriela from ActionAid Brazil, who will do the presentation on reflections on the Brazilian experience of gender-responsive public services in relation to the new urban agenda. And Marcelino will do the translation for her. We give you 15 minutes for the presentation, and then there will be another instruction for the group discussion. Can you give a big applause to Gabriela? Thank you.
Hello. Good morning. My name is Gabriela, and I'm from Brazil, from ActionAid Brazil, and I work in the program department. And my English not so good, and Marcelo helped me with translation. Eu trabalho no departamento de programas da ActionAid Brasil e tenho atuado desde 2011 com a campanha de Cidade Segura para as Mulheres e fazendo principalmente um trabalho junto aos movimentos sociais, tanto feminista quanto urbanos, e um trabalho muito forte de empoderamento local.
So she has been working in the program area, in the right to the city. She has been working with Safe City since 2011. Mostly working with empowerment, not only with feminist movements, but also empowerment together with urban movements on safe cities.
A experiência do Brasil com a campanha Cidades Seguras tem contribuído muito para a gente pensar a questão do GRPS, né, dos serviços públicos sensíveis e com responsabilidade de gênero. E principalmente para a gente pensar nessa agenda de GRPS.
So the work with Safe Cities has been very interesting, particularly on the issue of gender-responsive public services. And
para pensar estratégias e uma agenda dentro
it was very important to the issue of safe cities, how we can think about planning and strategize an agenda for the gender responsive public services.
Principalmente porque a insegurança vivenciada pelas mulheres, né, nos espaços urbanos e principalmente nas áreas de periferia urbana tem uma relação direta com a precarização dos serviços públicos acessados por elas.
So particularly because the women's insecurity in poor community has total effects on their access on public services.
A gente partiu do pressuposto para fazer a pesquisa com duas ideias, né? A primeira sobre por que é tão importante a gente pensar a questão do acesso a serviços públicos com responsabilidade de gênero. E a segunda é que a campanha Cidades Seguras, ela é estratégica para a gente pensar um processo de incidência para a implementação em si de serviços públicos sensíveis a gênero.
So they conducted two researches with two questions in mind. One is why is important to think access to public services with gender responsibility, with gender responsiveness, and also how the campaign and the work to influence towards the safe cities for women for safety for women must can influence in the implementation of public services, gender responsive public services.
A gente entende que o espaço público hoje, o espaço urbano, ele não contempla as necessidades reais das mulheres, né? E a gente tem visualizado uma intensa precarização no Brasil de serviços públicos como a questão do transporte, uma violência muito grande sofrida pelas mulheres dentro dos transportes públicos, e também a questão da iluminação é um problema essencial, assim, né? A gente visitou várias comunidades, faz um trabalho em várias favelas e há uma precarização total do serviço de iluminação pública, sendo...
So she's saying that the public spaces do not consider the needs and desires of the women, and women are not allowed to fully enjoy the city, basically because of the bad quality services. It allowed them to suffer even more violence in the services. And the other issue that she found is the issue regarding public lighting. A lot of women has denounced that public lighting also, the bad quality public lighting also influence them in going and coming in the cities.
A gente tem alguns dados, the second slides, please. Alguns dados no Brasil que demonstram, né, como que tem se intensificado essa violência sofrida pelas mulheres nos espaços públicos. A gente tem um dado, por exemplo, que o Brasil ele ocupa a 7ª posição no ranking mundial de feminicídio, né? Só em 2013 a gente teve mais de 500 mil casos de violência registrada contra as mulheres, né? E grande parte, a maioria desses casos é uma violência física. Só no Rio de Janeiro a gente identifica hoje 16 casos de estupros por dia. Então são dados alarmantes e mostra para a gente a importância da gente fazer um trabalho estratégico de combate à violência nos espaços públicos.
So these are some of the data that was found that you can see about Brazil case. There are some very important data to say. For instance, Brazil ranks 7 in the world in feminicide. Just to have an idea, in 1 year there are more than 500,000 reports on violence against women. Half of them on physical violence. And only in Rio de Janeiro city you have around 16 rape cases happening per day in the city, which is quite high, and that is why we need some strategy to fight and diminish this high level of violence against women.
Quando a gente observa esses dados, a gente consegue visualizar que, de fato, a cidade, né, a perspectiva do direito à cidade, o próprio planejamento urbano, não tem contemplado a dimensão de gênero e as necessidades reais das mulheres. Há uma necessidade de pensar o orçamento público, de pensar o planejamento urbano, de pensar em cidades a partir da perspectiva de gênero para a gente combater, de fato, esses números e esses dados alarmantes.
And when you observe these data, you perceive that the debate around urban planning and urban governance does not consider the women, does not have women in the discussion. That is why we need to push for more women's active participation in decision making, in urban governance, in urban budgeting as well.
E aí, para a gente combater, né, esses dados e esse contexto todo de violência contra as mulheres nos espaços públicos, a ActionAid Brasil lançou em 2011 a campanha Cidades Seguras, em parceria com 6 LRPs, Programas Locais de Direitos, mas não só com as LRPs, com movimentos sociais também, urbanos e movimentos feministas.
So that is why ActionAid Brazil launched last year, in August last year, the Safe Cities for Women campaign in Brazil, with 6 partners divided in 4 different states in Brazil, but not only with these local partners that works in communities, but also aggregating urban movements and feminist movements together in alliance to fight violence against women in public space.
Nós trabalhamos com 6 LRPs em 4 estados: São Paulo, Pernambuco, Rio de Janeiro e Rio de Janeiro e Recife. E esse ano a gente iniciou um trabalho na Amazônia também, no Pará. E o nosso foco de trabalho foi principalmente identificar, através da cartografia social, os principais problemas e as soluções enfrentadas por essas mulheres no âmbito da precarização do serviço público e também na falta do acesso, né, do direito à cidade.
So this campaign started as I was telling, in 4 states. With 6 local partners, and the focus was working with through the social cartography methodology, trying to identify the main problems and solutions from the women, what the main problems are, and what are the solutions to diminish and to tackle these problems towards the safe cities for women.
Através desse trabalho com a cartografia social, a gente levantou várias demandas, construímos cartas políticas que foram elaboradas por essas próprias mulheres das comunidades, né? E ao finalizar a construção dessas cartas políticas, a gente começou um processo de incidência política junto aos governos locais para garantia do compromisso, né, do poder público na implementação dessas políticas públicas e desses serviços públicos mais voltado para a questão de gênero.
So through the social cartography, they build with the women's charter, and this women's charter, they started to dialogue with the government and trying to influence the government towards having more gender responsive services, and also to take more women's active participation in urban planning.
Na pesquisa que a gente fez, nas comunidades, a gente teve dados também muito expressivos, como, por exemplo, 91% das mulheres ouvidas consideraram o serviço de iluminação pública regular ou ruim em suas comunidades, né? E 73% das mulheres também falaram que já teve que mudar de trajeto por conta da sua rua estar muito escura ou com total ausência de iluminação. A maioria das mulheres também identificou que a precarização dos serviços públicos tem uma relação direta com a probabilidade dela sofrer algum tipo de violência no espaço público, o que afirmou a hipótese da nossa tese, né, da nossa hipótese, né?
So in the production of the cartography and the baseline, some data was found that agree with the questions that we had before. For instance, 91% of women felt that the public lighting was bad in terms of quality. 73% of women mentioned that they have already changed their path to home because of bad quality lighting, because there is no light in that street. And the majority of women mentioned that bad quality services influence and make women more vulnerable to suffer violence.
E dentre os principais resultados, né, desses últimos anos, desses últimos anos, a gente está focando em 2016 todo um processo de incidência junto aos gestores públicos, tanto de formação para que eles se comprometam com cidade segura para as mulheres, tanto levando, né, uma plataforma de reivindicações e de demandas para esses gestores públicos.
So one of the works that we have been doing is that in 2016 and from now 2016 we are influencing public managers and local governments, training them, capacity them on gender responsive measures and also on services.
E uma outra conquista também foi no nível, né, de articulação, organização e empoderamento dessas mulheres, dessas comunidades, né? Todo o trabalho da campanha, da cartografia social, da elaboração das cartas políticas, possibilitou uma organização e um processo de empoderamento também dessas mulheres nas comunidades. E a grande maioria já vem puxando audiências públicas, diálogos com as suas prefeituras, e a gente já tem alguns resultados, principalmente em Heliópolis, que a gente vai mostrar um vídeo de uma atividade que a gente chama de lanternaço, que é uma incidência para a garantia da iluminação pública.
So to finalize, one achievement that we have so far is the empowerment and organization of women that we work with in the communities, how they are now more empowered and really influencing, dialoguing with local governments, making public hearings with the governments, pushing for that for urban planning. And because of that, they have one achievement that we're going to just show quickly now, which is in a community in Heliópolis, because of their fight to public lighting, they did something called flashlight actions because of the bad quality services. They were able to achieve the local government now mentioned that it will be the first neighborhood with 100% LED lights because of their fight. Because of they showing the problems regarding bad quality lighting. It's the first achievement of the campaign so far. And this is the last, it's the video, and then we take back the
2 minutes.
Problema, né? Porque muitas ruas que nessa comunidade, elas são mal iluminadas ou com iluminação zero, ultimamente. É um receio sair na rua, até mesmo eu que sou mãe, às vezes eu saio com minha filha, dou uma volta, mas a gente tem medo, porque é escuro, a gente não sabe quem tá vindo atrás da gente. Se ele passa e o cara mexe, a mulher também não dá bola, não olha, o cara também acaba xingando aquela mulher, porque ele acha que ela tava com uma roupa mais curta, ele tinha o direito de assediar. Existe uma série sexual que tem uma série moral. A gente tem que ter o direito de andar, né? E as pessoas respeitar a gente.
I think no. I think I have a problem. I socializo depois o link.
Yeah, there are some connectivity issues, so we can send the links with you, and we can also stay here for loading the rest of the video, and we can watch later the end of the video. But this was only the demonstration that they did, and because of that flashlight actions, the government announced that this place will be with 100% LED lights. They're already changing the boats. It will be the first neighborhood in the city. Even the posh areas do not have that, and mainly because of their struggle and their organization through the Safe Cities campaign. Sorry? Yeah. I don't know if why if it's too many people using or yeah, maybe what we can do is like go to the second presentation, and after I think it will be loaded, we can watch the rest of it, just to not losing the time. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Gabriela and Marcelino, for sharing with us about your Safe City campaign in Brazil. I suggested that if you have any question, just note down. We will do the some discussion after the next presentation. I'd like to invite my friend Melanie from ActionAid Myanmar. She will talk about the urban books concept as a community-led gender-responsive public services advocacy tool to end violence against women. So Melanie will share a video clip and for about 7 minutes, and then you will speak for about 8 minutes. I will stop you after 15 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here from ActionAid Myanmar to share with you an initiative that we've taken as part of a larger project. I don't know if you're all familiar with the She Can project. It's a multi-country project implemented in Kenya, Zimbabwe, Bangladesh, and Myanmar. So this is part of the project, so a small piece of a very big puzzle. So this is the Urban Book. It is a GRPS and safety mapping tool. It's more of a process. It has several tools in this manual. This is a draft manual, and I had placed it just where you see that poster with the traffic light symbol on it. There, if you want to pick one up, they're there. So as I said, it's part of the She Can project. Next slide. So what is the Urban Book? You know, we've been talking a lot about gender responsive public services and how vulnerable are women and what are the issues they have with safety. It's lighting, it's few police patrols, there's a lot of alcohol consumption, which does make women feel unsafe, specifically at the night time. So the Urban Book is a process. It is a compilation of participatory tools that have been adopted. So they're not all new tools, but we've just used a lot of existing tools and adapted them for this purpose. The tools help community members locate the issue of safety through geographical mapping. So I heard Brazil talking about mapping as well. So it definitely uses geographical mapping. It helps community members analyze the issues, develop action plans for the issues, build awareness while they're doing all of this, and encourages government engagement, specifically government commitment to gender responsive public services, promotes accountability, and it also helps community members monitor progress. So it's a complete cycle which takes the community all the way from problem identification to monitoring and evaluation and starting the process again. So why an urban book for Myanmar? I don't know how many of you have been following Myanmar's most recent elections that were held on the 8th of November. A big time for the country. Myanmar has been under military dictatorship for over a decade. For over 60 years, 6 decades. And the country is on a path to democratic transition. The results of the recent elections were very optimistic. 70 women won seats in their respective constituencies. While we have a lot to look forward to, there are still a lot of issues that the country is dealing with. Discrimination in the country is very, very deeply rooted, and a lot of it is based on social cultural norms. We know that in a lot of our countries, social cultural norms are the biggest anchor for gender-based violations. There are no affirmative action policies regarding women's participation in leadership in the country. So at the township level, out of 330 township officers, there are actually 0 women. In terms of budget allocations, There was a very interesting report that was recently published by Global Witness that said Myanmar's total income only from the jade industry was upwards of 31 billion US dollars in 2014. And just to put that in perspective, that's around 46 times the amount the country spends on health and 48% of the country's GDP. So it is a very rich country. However, as far as Myanmar's commitments to women's empowerment and gender equity are concerned, the country only spends 1% of its 0.1% of its budget on the Department of Social Welfare, which is safeguarding women's rights in the country. The country recently launched the National Strategic Plan for the Advancement of Women that has 12 priority areas to ensure women's empowerment. When we look at Myanmar's transition process and how the country's opened up, and there's been a lot of investment in the country, we've also found that urbanization has increased. The contours of Yangon, which is one of the biggest cities in Myanmar, are fast changing. The country recently set up 20 economic zones around Yangon, which means there's a high migration to these areas. People from rural areas are coming in search of more lucrative opportunities to Yangon. As a consequence, we find that social cultural norms, which normally anchor people or anchor communities in the rural areas, which we often combat through our work, in urban areas, those are very weak. So we have no community sense of safety nets. We have increased crime, increased corruption. The police in 2014 said that there were a total of 130 rapes in Yangon. And for 6 months in 2015, from Jan to June 2015, there were 73 cases of rape documented. We can go to the next slide. So what is the issue of safety? Safety is a perception. It changes from person to person, and it changes from time of day, and it is impacted by a set of different factors. They can be visible factors, tangible factors, and also non-visible factors. So safety in Myanmar, at the beginning of this SHICAN project, we conducted a very rudimentary baseline just to get a sense of how safe women feel in their city. And we found that 15.9% of women said that they feel safe at night. So that's approximately 84.1% women saying they don't feel safe at night. Next slide. So coming back to the urban book, we wanted to come up with the entire package. We don't want to spend a lot of time just training women without an end result in sight. We wanted to come up with a system that is owned by the women, which promotes participatory democracy, participatory governance, and also uses women's active agency to promote gender-responsive public services. So this is the 5-step process that we've developed through the urban book. So the first step is problem mapping. I will show you a few tools in the next slide, but not now. Go back. So that we start with problem mapping. We go to issue analysis. The third step is solution charting. The fourth is monitoring, and the fifth is evaluation. Now, this takes one entire year to complete. And what we've done is, even before starting the urban book process, we've invested a lot of time in training community volunteers. We've trained a total of 220 community volunteers from 7 townships in Yangon. And we've trained them on women's rights, on gender-responsive public services, and on leadership. Very important. Leadership training is extremely important because that helps them negotiate with local government. It helps them interact with their local community members. The other part of our trainings was focused on duty bearers. In collaboration with our global platform in Myanmar, we are in the process of training government officials from the townships through a training called Young Women's Participation in Governance. And again, that is introducing the concept of gender-responsive public services to government, so that when the urban book process starts and that's going to be early next year. We're going to have urban forums for women. We will have the volunteers who will facilitate the community. We will have the local government come together, and they will own this process. We can go to the next slide. So this is our geographical mapping, and I'm going to show you a video in a minute. But what we've done is, next slide, we've taken this tool called the traffic light tool. And it's actually not a tool that we've developed. This is an existing tool. We've just adapted it for this process. So it's easy for the community to sort of understand red is dangerous. Red means bad. Yellow means okay. So if we're looking at safety, perhaps yellow would mean that a certain area is only safe during a certain time of day. And a lot of those areas would be schools or government buildings. During the day, schools are busy, so they're pretty safe. But at night, these are empty areas. So they become unsafe areas for women. And the areas that are green are areas that are safe primarily all day round, which would mean perhaps an area which is close to a police station. Previous slide. So what community members do is, in each township, they draw like a topographical map of their township, which includes various geographical landmarks, including main streets and roads, important government offices, public service offices. And they go around this map, marking different locations with the green, red, and yellow stickers. And through that, they identify which areas are safe, which areas are semi-safe, and which areas are not safe at all. So now I'll show you a very, very short video, just for 2 minutes, and then I'll come back and complete.
Ok, allora, nó mà cái sự chủ đề thì mà để phát trong này này, thì đi theo tiền là trong này này, mình lệ, và thì nhau tiền nữa, mình从这看他起来当一是，我觉得有点不一样的，我现在看，这个应该得说是。
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we're running short of time, but I'll be happy to share the video with you, and maybe we can watch the full video later on. Is that okay? Okay, can we go back to the presentation? Okay, so this is the first step where they map, next slide. Next slide. Okay, so once they map the different areas, we've used a lot of tools to really hone into the issues. So instead of saying, okay, lighting is an issue, we really need to know who that issue impacts, how is safety impacted if there's no lighting, and which public service that is linked to. So for example, many women listed beer shops is a problem. So who is impacted? Women whose husbands are alcoholics, women who work late at night because they walk by beer shops. How is safety impacted? So there's increase in domestic violence, there's threats of sexual harassment, and the public services involved. So what this is also doing is we're really able to, when we are developing action plans, include those women who are impacted by the issue in our advocacy, in our plan development. Next slide. So we have over 10 tools identified so far, and this is a work in progress. I'm sure we will update some of these. So the impact of the urban book is that community members are really equipped with strategic advocacy skills, and I'll share a story with you in the end. But this also promotes active citizenship, participatory governance, but it also addresses the differential vulnerability. And I asked Augustine this question yesterday. How are we going to measure differential vulnerability? And a saying comes to mind by Thomas Jefferson, who said, I'm paraphrasing in this is not his exact quote, but in essence, the equal treatment of unequals is equal to the unequal treatment of equals. So even if we put all women into one basket and say all women are vulnerable, we are treating all women equally. And that's not the case. We really need to identify who, even amongst women, are the most vulnerable. Next. So the impact of the urban book, as I said, was being able to hone into those very specific GRPS issues and not just looking at the top line issue. Next slide. So sustainability. I don't know how many of you are familiar with ActionAid Myanmar, but we're pretty famous for the village book. So building on that, we said, why not the urban book? Well, we hope that the urban book becomes part of the local governance landscape and is adopted by local government, by community members as a tool that they will use as Myanmar explores its new transitional process, as people in Myanmar really identify their role in that transitional process. We are also in the process of developing a mobile phone application that is going to be centered around the same tool, the traffic light and the geographical mapping process. And this is also going to be the basis for our safe cities, gender budgeting, and various other policy initiatives that we are taking that are linked to safe cities and GRPS. So this is one success story that I wanted to share with you. And this is one of our volunteers. And after going through the urban book process, he realized that, there are certain streets in his township that don't have electricity. So he approached his local parliamentarian and went with a really strong agenda, identifying the wards and the streets that don't have lighting. And their township got upwards of $16,000 to install 70 new electric poles. So that is the power of people being able to, advocate for their rights. But it's very important that they really understand exactly what they're advocating for. So This is the urban book. And if you're interested in any more information, please let me know and I'll be happy to chat with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Melanie. Sorry that we, I don't know why ActionAid meeting always come with the word time is constraint, but I hope we will get the opportunity to interact with you in the next session. We will move to some discussion in the table, but before that, I just want to make an announcement to all of us that there is a whiteboard behind you. Please, can you note, write down your name and your departure time so that your pick up, your drop off, sorry, arrangement is made by Bill. So please don't forget to write it down there. What we will do next is we will do some discussion at the table. So I'd like to give you 5 minutes to do the bus chat in each table. 5 minutes just to talk about some key insight that you get from the two presentations. So the first presentation is focused on the Safe City campaign in Brazil. Women coming together and then mapping the issue they face in the urban areas and how they get the dialogue with the local authority, get engaged in the urban planning, connecting with other alliance and urban movement and also feminist movement to demand for gender responsive public services. And the second presentation is the urban book, which you have seen about this which is a participatory tool that women come together and identify the issue, particularly safety issue that they face, and how they use that information for their advocacy to demand the government to be accountable to provide the gender responsive public services. So in 5 minutes in the group, please discuss, and it does not have to be a question, but some key insights or anything important or major issue that you take out from the two presentations. And after the 5 minutes, we can go to each table to share some of those insights to the plenary. Does it sound okay? Yes? Okay, please, 5 minutes. Start. Thank you. I think it's working now. Hi, everybody. I think let's come back to the plenary. And if anybody would like to start sharing their insight from the group, can I start with this table in front of me? So you've been volunteer, so.
We had quite a very limited discussion, but of course appreciating, and I think ours was really more to the Myanmar urban book. So we just took a reflection from sort of where we've moved from as ActionAid, you know, the different participatory methodologies that we used before. And then we said about 3 years ago, we felt there was a need to bring all these together into reflection action. But then, of course, we also now see that we getting inside the toolbox of reflection action, and countries like Myanmar now again piloting, innovating, the village book, the urban book. And so, yeah, that's very good for innovation. But the low side of it is that, again, we're sort of fragmenting what we had actually already repackaged as reflection action. So I don't know that. Yes, and I feel that there's a need really now to create that linkage, bridge the gap. With all these innovations, village book, urban book, I think we need to create a clear linkage between those and reflection action, so that it shouldn't be seen as something that has just dropped from the moon and is new and it's what. But we appreciate the innovation of using these participatory methodologies. But what we just said is, to really, as a federation, to be working in tandem. I think there is a need that we are sort of creating that linkage.
Thank you very much. That is quite a reflection. Thank you.
Picking it from there, we're also reflecting on the participatory tools. And that reminded us that we have a great resource in the reflection action workbook. And we are also thinking about how the accountability is also coming out in the two presentations. Citizens are involved at the very beginning, and it gets to a point where they get what they want. And that is a very good example of how we can use such methods and approaches to get accountability for the gender responsive public services. Also, we found one interesting thing about the ICT, the use of ICT as a tool, which for us, we think that it's something we haven't used much, and we would need to look at that carefully. It's a great tool we can use in advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more from here?
We have been reflecting on the presentations also, and we said we saw how women can be like agents of change when they are informed and when they are empowered. We noticed this from both presentations. And we also said women need to be in front line, but they also need to engage men in solidarity, because when public services are better, it's to the benefit of all, not only for women. And we also said assessing the needs or the safety risks of women, hearing from themselves is a good way to go, because we also found out that drug and alcohol abuse was leading to more violence against women, apart from lighting, apart from crowded public services. These are the things, and if my colleagues want to add. Okay, thank you.
Anything you'd like to add?
Our reflection was also on the last presentation in terms of the involvement of the community when you're trying to identify strategies in which you can intervene. And then by them owning the process, they were able to identify what is it that they needed. For example, that example of them saying that it will be much safer if they have the street light, which most of the time when we bring the moon approach, where we think this is what they want instead of asking the communities what they want. And then also, in addition to the point that the colleague has made there, to say that involvement, or when we're dealing about women's issues, we don't have to only bring women in there. I like the fact that the men were actively participating there in becoming part of the solution as well. And then when we involve the community, then we have more strength than when we sitting in our offices and strategizing as to what is it that the community needs.
Thank you. This group has something burning to add? No? Okay. How about this group? If you had to say something in 1 minute, what would be that powerful message? Okay. How about this group? Yeah.
I'd like also to comment on the second presentation in terms of the mapping. So in our community, I live in Orange Farm, whereby safety is also an issue for women, yeah, and children. So I think the method used in terms of marking areas whereby women feel mostly safe or unsafe and semi-safe actually could be like used and could be very useful in the community, because by knowing and actually by women understanding which areas are unsafe or safe for them could actually bring change, because they would understand what they want to fight for, and what types of strategies they would want to use, if I should say, types of different strategies they would use to tackle the problem and to address the issue. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, in 1 minute.
One issue that we reflected on as a group was the importance of having a facilitator who has the right skills and well vested in the process. And we were asking to, this is a program where they implement directly. What about when you're implementing through partners? How much time is ActionAid, for instance, investing to make sure that the partners use the methodology that brings result, like what we saw in the video for the Myanmar trip?
Thank you.
I have a question. Just following what the last speaker talked about, there was a village book which utilizes the reflection action tools, and then we now have the urban book. Please, what is the difference in terms of facilitation? I will be interested in getting that, because now coming to urban is, the community is wider, is large, and then, so what are those experiences you have? Thank you.
So the village book is actually a very detailed village monograph. It is more of a top line understanding, social analysis, economic analysis, all of that. The urban book, we're just capitalizing on the name and fame of the village book. It's very specific to safety and GRPS. It's issue-based. The urban book for women, gender responsive public services and safety mapping tools. The village book is a monograph.
Thanks, Melly. Thanks, everybody, for your active participation. We are moving to the next two presentations, but before that, I'd like to seek your permission to give me just 2 minutes to watch the Brazilian video that was just cut off. I think our colleagues have done incredible work, so we just spare 2 minutes to watch that. I hope it's okay with you. Yeah? Okay.
Grande problema, né? Porque muitas suas ligadas à comunidade, elas são mal iluminadas ou com iluminação zero, totalmente. É um receio sair na rua, até mesmo eu que sou mãe, às vezes eu saio com minha filha, dou uma volta, mas a gente tem medo, porque é escuro, a gente não sabe quem tá vindo atrás da gente. Se ele passa e o cara mexe, a mulher também não dá bola, não olha, o cara também acaba xingando aquela mulher, porque ele acha que ela tava com uma roupa mais curta, ele tinha o direito de ser assediado. Sempre que eu devia andar, né? E as pessoas respeitaram a gente. Tem pontos que tem muita não tem nada de ruim. A gente vê que quanto mais assim a gente fica, mais prejudicado a gente está. No meio, né? Eu quero sair da minha casa, eu quero estudar, né? Eu quero sair da minha casa para me divertir. Eu não sou vista pela sociedade com os meus direitos, né?
sé que diga tras não sei como que eu vou entrar se vocês não vão entender.
So apologies, after the downloading, for some reasons, the subtitle does not appear, so we just stop it there. Sorry about that. I think we are running out of time, so I'd like to invite the next two presenters. Ms. Thuy from ActionAid Vietnam, who will speak about the gender responsive public services experiences from Vietnam, and followed by a presentation on gender responsive public services experience from Liberia and Nigeria.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Thuy from ActionAid Vietnam. I'm work as policy and campaign. Many friends you here ask me that, what about Vietnam? Because most people hear about the war. So before my presentation, I would like to invite you to see one movie, What About Vietnam?
Đây, em ước mơ là mình có một cái nghề và em cũng đang đi làm để tích lũy cho cái ước mơ đó.
Vietnam's economic growth has been the highest among 11 major economies of the world, and contributing to this are our women and girls, who make up for more than 50% of the total population.
Nhiều chỗ là đèn đường học như là trời rất là tối, như vậy rất là nguy hiểm. Thường thì có thể là giờ những buổi tối mà con đi học về á thì thường là hay bị trêu ghẹo lắm.
Ho Chi Minh City and Hanoi is seen as a very safe place for many people. A lot of things has been unpacked. A lot of women and girls are harassed. It's quite worrying because the number is very high. ActionAid Vietnam and Research Center for Gender, Family and Environment in Development, in a survey in 2014, met 2,000 girls, women, men, and bystanders in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh to know the impact of violence and sexual harassment on girls and women.
Ví dụ như là cướp giật, giết người hoặc là cưỡng hiếp. Bởi vì những trường hợp như thế thì nên tránh mức độ càng nhẹ. Ví dụ như là chỉ thề, gần như chỉ thế thôi.
Tôi lại nhìn thấy một số thanh niên trêu ghẹo những chị em phụ nữ khác. Một là người ta túm tay hoặc là lôi chân hay là cầm cái gì của người ta ném hoặc là kêu trêu ghẹo những cái nhiều kiểu lắm. Nên là lúc nhìn thì bức xúc thật. Mình thì chỉ có nhìn cái gì nhá thì biết thế chả biết năng nào cả. Cảm nghĩ bây giờ chị cũng kiểu như tất cười cho họ mà mình cũng không. Tại cả biết như thế cũng không biết thế nào để nhá mình ta.
45% women and girls, 45% men and bystanders reported sexual harassment as the highest risk compared to accidents, robbery in urban public places.
Dạ, cái trường hợp này thì em đã gặp rồi. Nhiều lúc đi học anh văn thì có gì đó thì mình cứ chạy xe vậy thì các thằng nam cứ chạy phía sau rồi bóp kẹt lên nổi như vậy rồi trêu chọc rồi có những lời nói như là uống cà phê ha và gì nọ, cái vậy như trêu chọc. Khi mà con gái mà khi gặp những tình huống đó thì rất là sợ.
Người ta sẽ nghĩ là mình mở quán cà phê này mà như là cái gì á, nhưng mà khi mình cầm số tiền đó thì người ta sẽ lên ra cái quà giống như là người nhà hay gì đó, ta sẽ mua một chai nước, nhưng mà người ta cũng sẽ là muốn nói những cái lời nói mà nghe nó hơi sợ. Nhưng mà nó nói hay giống như đại loại như là
vợ em bé thì cực khổ thôi nghỉ đi về ở gia đình thì có thể nó cũng tùm lum sáng kêu chiều cũng vậy nhưng mình thấy ngồi mình là người ta thấy không phải
69% girls and women reported being subjected to whistling, teasing, and touching, among other acts of sexual harassment. 50% reported inappropriate, lustful looks by men.
Ở ngoài đường ít người qua lại thì có trường hợp nó xảy ra ít có người đó thì con đi người ta nhậu sai chỉ nó đi về xong đi gặp gái thì khi ta đi ngang đi qua lại ta thấy một mình thì ta chặt.
Học thì cũng vẫn học nhưng mà tối là cái tụ tập tụ 3, tụ 5, tụ 7 rồi bắt đầu đi chơi này nọ nhưng đến nhịp dọc này nọ hay là tệ nạn xã hội thì các bạn sinh viên cũng nói nhiều lắm chị.
57% women and girls, 47% men and bystanders said streets are the most notorious places for sexual harassment to occur among all public spaces.
Họ phải tránh những trường hợp mà tối mà người ta được người ta thở hang quá thì mấy bạn nam đó thì hay để chơi đùa hơn. Hạn chế cái lời đó để cho người ta thấy mình nói gần người ta sẽ đi.
66% women and girls say they do not take any action when confronted with acts of sexual violence, and 65% men and bystanders do not take any serious action. 34% of women think that even if they report sexual harassment to the police, no action will be taken. Besides, the reporting procedure is long, complicated, and tiring.
We have a very long list of policy recommendations, more investment from the government in terms of public services, the public lighting, public transportation, and something that Vietnamese people do not talk about but we want to highlight is the public toilets. Để đảm bảo quyền lợi cho các bạn nữ thì nên có những cái chính sách và những biện pháp như là giáo dục về cái cách cư xử hoặc là những cái tình huống hoặc là mở ra những lớp tình huống để cho các bạn nam có thể muốn giao tiếp với các bạn nữ thì sẽ là học cái giao tiếp như thế nào để không phải là bị khiếm nhã về những cái giao tiếp mà làm cho một em bé sợ như vậy. Em nghĩ thì cái giải pháp mà đơn giản nhất thì là tăng cường đi. Millions of women and people going to the cities like Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City, searching for better life, trying to have their dreams come true. Therefore, ActionAid and partners call for everyone to take actions to end this violence against women and girls.
We have to make our cities safe places for our women and girls, where they can move freely without any fear of rape, harassment, or sexual assault. We owe this to our daughters, our sisters, our mothers, to all our girls and women. Let's build a city that cares and protects them and helps them cherish their dreams.
Thank you very much. Now I can have one more presentations because this film somehow just talk quite a lot about the gender responsive in Vietnam. So from these presentations, we will have like some backgrounds about Vietnam and the system. And what activities we are doing now in ActionAid Vietnam, and some recommendation for safe city and also for gender responsive. In Vietnam, the population is around 90 millions. And many people ask me that they don't know that Vietnam is a communist party. Besides that, we also joined WTO in 2007. And recently, we also signed the Vietnam-EU FTAs in August 2015. And we also joined TPP in September 2015. And according to some informations, the revenue from MNC tax is around 43%. This is the information from the Ministry of Finance. They will have the income from 2014 like 782 billion dong. That is for the income. And the expense is like 718 for the expenditures. 1,000 for expenditures. Meanwhile, total income that most of the income we take from the foreign company, and also from exports and imports activities, and also from VAT imported companies. And here is some information from expenditures. You can see that for education, we only spend around nearly 4% for education. And also for national expense, we spend around like 0.17% for media. And also for here, we only spend around 12%. Currently, in Vietnam, for public services, we have free health insurance for children under 6, and also for the children in primary school, that is free for school. Also, besides that, we also have some social welfare, pensions, and for the poor, and for some programs related to the children in need of special protections. And related to the gender equities, Vietnam have the gender equity law that were approved in 2006. So since then, we have like 33% women in National Assembly. Also that, because if we want to have money from the program, we need to have national program on gender. And this one was approved in 2011. For the national program on gender equities, we focus on 6 areas. The first is raising awareness. The second is like capacity building for leaders. And the first one, capacity building for women who target group in the National Assembly or high positions. Also that the government also have the model for preventing violence against women as well. And we also try to developing the consultation services. And the last component, that is monitoring and evaluations. For Vietnam, all the Vietnam ActionAid staff, we have to attend the women rights training as well as GOTs. And in the ARP or ARP also have to train for partner about this. In 2014, we have one advocacy workshop, which had the participation from the national level like women unions and other ministries such as Molisa. And from that workshop, we also discussed about how to analyze the key public services that related to the gender responsive. And we also discussed on the strategy that also involved to gender responsive. Beside the campaign from ActionAid, we have the Safe City campaign. Since 2014, we organized in 2 cities, that is Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh cities. From the results that in Ho Chi Minh cities, the camera was set up in the bus. And for 2015, we just expand the cities. We have Hanoi, Ho Chi Minh, Quang Binh, Hải Phòng, and Trà Vinh. And we also have some key messages on the bus. And all the staff join with other Safe City Network. We also have the cycling event on 25th of October. We also have flash mob, that's to later in the events. And we also have some pop singer. They will be our ambassador for the program for Safe Cities for Women. And after this, following up for this, in Vietnam, we also carry out the gender responsive public services research. We carry out in 7 provinces now, and then we will launching that report very soon on 18 December. And we also have the music show as well. Besides that, we also have like 3 main policy briefs. The first one that is about violence against women that carried out in 2014. And the result and finding of this, we also present on the 16-day campaign in Hanoi, which were organized by Molisa. And we also have Vice Minister attend that meeting as well. The second, we have the social ratings for migrant workers. That one will also present in national workshop that to develop the strategy for 2016-2020. And the GRPS also will be launching very soon about public services. And we care for community, we care for people, and then we also care for ActionAid staff, and then we also have some activities for women. And some challenges for GRPS for Vietnam, that because most of the budget for the gender responsive public services will come from tax. And now Vietnam joined the WTO, and then we have 28 countries from EU as well. And then we also join TPP, and we also already signed 13 FTA already. It means that the revenue from government will be reduced very soon. And then it will affect to gender responsive public services. We also have some recommendations general for ActionAid. Because we would like to have some linkage between among the country from ActionAid at global and regional. And we also would like to have some guideline documents that on the gender responsive, and then we can use for the project implementations. And then we also would like to strengthen more GRPS in policy change in both local and national level. And of course, because we are living in the Communist Party and men looking down for the women. And we would like that the women leadership will be improved in the future as well. Thank you very much.
It's okay. Thank you, Therese. It's just only a few minutes over time. A few minutes. Thank you. So next, I'd like to invite our friend from Nigeria, Tasila Chibok, who will share with us on the works around the gender responsive public services in Nigeria.
Okay, welcome back from Vietnam. My name is Tasila Chibok from ActionAid Nigeria. I will be sharing with you our experience in gender responsive programming in agriculture as part of our food and security work. This is the background of our work in Nigeria. 90% of the nation's food is produced by smallholder farmer, which we have shared with you yesterday. And in Nigeria, 70% of our population are employed in the agricultural sector. But 60% of the population
that is in agricultural sector are women. So you can see women form the large part of um, workforce in agriculture. We have also experienced a drop in the contribution of agriculture in GDP over the years. We used to have 40% contribution of agriculture to our GDP, but after the rebase in 2010, that has dropped to 24%. As if that is not enough for us, the food demand has also risen in the country. There is 60.5% growth in the annual demand for food in Nigeria. It's a very large population and we are growing by the day, and some of us are even growing taller like me, so we need more food. The demand has increased. But unfortunately, there's no equilibrium between our demand and our supply. So the supply is short and not able to meet the required demand. So we have 3.7% growth rate of food production compared to our 6.5 demand for food. So this is the background in which we are implementing our food security program. In Nigeria, we are very good with policies. So we have a lot of policies, but don't ask me how gender responsive are those policies, but I know we have a lot of them. These are some examples of the policies supported by various institutions in Nigeria. There's, we have signed the convention to CEDAW. We have also introduced women in agriculture since 1980. We have a national development strategy. We have our agricultural policy. Some refer to it as new because there was one before then. And then in the year 2000, we have an institutional framework for that. We also have national gender policy. This was supported by the Civil Resource Development and Documentation Center. We have gender and equality of opportunity notes that we always refer to in our work. There's also gender equality briefing kit that was supported in the country by the UN system not too long ago, I think about 3 or 4 years ago in 2013. So these are the policies and frameworks and conventions we have signed that influence what we do in the country. With these policies, we also have some challenges in the way these policies or the way agriculture work is done in the country is affected. We have some shortfalls in these policies and in practice in the country. There's absence of cheap credit scheme for smallholder women farmers organization in the country. This has almost been overflogged in our discussion since yesterday. The small-scale women tailored absence of small-scale tailored labor-saving technology support program. We're beginning to see change in this, but it's really inadequate. We wish we can see more of that in the country. There's also absence of small-scale women tailored agricultural processing facilities in the country. The program that helps the chain, the value chain, is also limited or inadequate. Crop insurance program, it's almost unknown in the way where we do our work around agriculture. Training and advice, particularly extension workers for women farmers, it's inadequate. We still have some practice in parts of the country, but it's inadequate. We need to do more on that. Crop insurance program, there's also, that is almost absent in our agricultural sector for the smallholder women farmers. There's also, of recent, the country has introduced the growth enhancement support scheme about, I think, 3 years ago. But that support scheme with all the data and information that went into it. The data that we have in that support scheme is also not gender aggregated. So it's really difficult to use that scheme as part of our work to advocate for that. We are continuing on the gaps. This is looking at the gaps from the civil society organization, knowing that ActionAid also is a civil society organization, and we work with partners in the country. Part of the gaps we've identified from the civil or non-governmental organization landscape is that the civil society, especially working in agriculture, is segmented. We are not together as one voice to be able to influence much change. The platform also lacks adequate resources to engage the government, to mobilize other networks to work on this. There's also challenge of government personnel setting up their own NGO and getting the little resources that should go to smaller NGOs to support this process. So we have civil servants who have their own NGO, also kind of competing for resources. Beyond just the government personnel setting up NGOs, we also have retired military personnel who have a lot of resources that are into mechanized farming and are influencing government policy in their own favor. The women farmers themselves are not coordinated to have a platform and speak with one voice. And this is what informed our work to support the establishment of SOFON, which is a small-scale women farmers organization in Nigeria. Why SOFON? This, in our own deliberation and implementation in the community, we think it's very important that the women are united, at least to be able to make requests and get services that are gender responsive. So for this reason, we work to start a platform that brings women across all the 34 states and the Federal Capital Territory under one umbrella so they can work together and access resources from both government and donors, not necessarily depending on ActionAid. ActionAid just played a facilitating role to bring these small women farmers together. And this has helped to give them a voice to contribute to national debate around agriculture. And they are really being heard as they come together as one group. Coming together also means getting a structure that works for them, a structure that coordinates from the grassroots, from local, when I say local, I mean at community level to the local government level, that brings their own demands and voices to the national level debate and even to the regional level. So we have seen that really worked well. It also provides a platform for them to promote climate resilient, sustainable agriculture in Nigeria. This is a structure for the umbrella organization. In all, we have 272 cooperatives in 105 communities. Cooperatives in Nigeria are referred to groups of women, sometimes up to 25, that registered with the government, which means they are recognized to work as a group to raise issues that concerns them, to discuss around their issues and present their issues, especially in this case, on agricultural issue. We have cooperatives for different things, but the ones that are relevant here are the ones that are in the agricultural sector in 105 communities. And these communities are in 27 local government areas. And at the local government areas, they form a network. When they come from different communities and they are represented at local government as one body, as a network with its own structure, that also it's represented at the state level. At the state level, we have 7 states now that are members of SOFAN, and we have one national body that speaks for these cooperatives. This is a process of engagement for the cooperatives or the network. It starts with the reflection action cycle. In some cases, they are referred to as the peer educators for women. They meet as peers and discuss their issues using the 7 areas of analysis, as we've known in ActionAid and reflection and action. And the focus for their discussion is really agriculture. Understanding what the issues are, who are the institutions and stakeholders they need to work with, what are the messages they need to find to pass across, and what are the risks and vulnerability as they work as a group. And we also work with them to support their advocacy initiatives for results. Next slide. These are examples of what the women have been able to achieve. This is land tiller that it's friendly for the women. It's at least better than the large tractor that Fumi mentioned yesterday. This the women will be able to operate and use at their own level. They got this last year. We're waiting to see how well they're able to use it and how suitable it is for their purpose. But because they requested for it, the federal government made available, and all SUFON members, or at least state level representation, were given a number of these land tillers to work with. They are also able to represent, this is their leader at the National Assembly presenting their issue. And it gives them a voice that has also informed part of the things the government has discussed with them and has provided the land tillers for them. This is one of their leaders at the national level. This, I think, David shared this picture with us, is their presentation at the regional level. So working from local to national to regional level, supporting gender sensitive services for small holder farmers in Nigeria. Thank you. Have a safe landing.
Thank you so much, Tasila, for keeping to the times. Sorry, I think everybody looks hungry. You will get your lunch very soon if you just do a bit more work. 10 more minutes. Okay. So I think maybe instead of 5 minutes, maybe in 3 minutes in your tables, discuss what the key insights you get from the 2 presentations, from ActionAid Vietnam on their Safe City campaigning work, and ActionAid Nigeria on the work on the gender responsive public services in agriculture. Sorry, I don't have to repeat what they have said just to save time. So in just 3 minutes, just talk among yourself and then share some key burning that you would like to share with the plenary. Okay? After that, you can go for lunch. And then I will also finish with my role. Okay. Hi, everybody. Which table would like to start first? The quicker you start, the sooner you can eat. We can start with this table.
Uh, I'd just like to comment on the Nigeria presentation. I loved it. 90% of their food produced by smallholder farmers. I just want to ask about the tilling machines. You know, with the climate change effects, we are trying to move from the old conventional farming methods to the climate smart ones. So I'm just wondering if the machines are still tilling the ground, is Nigeria not affected by climate change in terms of agriculture? That's my question.
Hello, this is Nasir from ActionAid Pakistan. I have few suggestions for Nigeria because they talk about agriculture. No? How we can include agriculture at the public services as well. How we can discuss and focus this GPRS in agriculture as well. So I had discussion with the officer in embassy in Nigeria in Pakistan, and he said that the Monsanto is trying to influence the government to have the huge investment in Nigeria. How we can intelligence that where we have reached regarding this Monsanto engagement in Nigeria. I can support from Pakistan. The ambassador in Nigeria and Pakistan have some initial findings. We have meeting with him in Action Office in Pakistan, and they said that there is new investment being planned by Monsanto in Nigeria to promote this agriculture sector in Nigeria. How we can have intelligence from there, where we have reached there, then we can support a joint strategy. And we also, and regarding victimization, how we can propose the alternatives to police reporting, because this process is lengthy. How we can propose the alternate, if we are talking about alternatives, how we can have propose alternative method for police reporting to save the time and save the lengthy process. How we can, women can able to respond, to get the justice, if we have very easier methods for gender responsive policy as well. And it's really nice that we have the how we can resist FTAs, because it is linked with your national security as well. It is linked to the food security as well. How we can in Vietnam, in particular, other developing countries can resist FTAs because it has huge application of the job losses in particular countries and investment. And as we see, we have the huge loss in the revenues if we also link with the WTOs, specifically agriculture, how we can resist the WTO, how we can give it message to all the as a joint message for this upcoming WTO ministerial, where we can resist WTO, which is against small scale farmers, specifically including Vietnam small scale farmers as well. And also how we can how we can have the evidences regarding how the implication of privatization, how it is linked with job losses, how it had the monopoly in the different countries, how we can have such sort of documents in our across different countries, the implication of, and then how we can advocate no to the privatization. Thank you.
Thank you, Narcis. So we have some questions. I think we collect some key feedback first, and then our presenter can respond to the question at the end. Yes? Okay.
Our reflections were around issues of citizen-based advocacy and mobilization in both the contexts. I think what stood out for us was how different the contexts were. We were talking about safer cities in Vietnam and agriculture in Nigeria, and yet the same principles were still able to apply of community participation, of citizen accountability and advocacy, and innovation and solution-oriented programming. And also issues around having local-based information for evidence-based advocacy and how important that was.
Okay, here we discussed, but in fact, we have one question. It's for Vietnam. On the research, there is a research in 2014 on violence against women and girls. This is something, it's a good thing, but this is something which really frustrated me, have been frustrating me for a long time now, because when we are organizing research, we organize the research on violence against women and girls. Most of the time, the focus is on violence against women. So the consultant or whoever does the research does not have the necessary focus to address all the issues related to school-related gender-based violence and all these things. So we have been telling the colleagues to ensure that we separate. The same consultant can do the research, but it should be separate, because you are recruiting a consultant on a TOR based on women's right perspective. So the focus on education, the focus on girls is missing. If you can make an effort, I know that there is cost implication, but it is possible to make an effort to really organize a good research on violence against girls and integrate it in your work on Safe City. It will be fine. Because what we are missing now in the Safe City campaign is the children, the girls, especially the girl in the city, because more and more girls are transiting or transferring from primary school to secondary school. And you know that we don't have a lot of secondary school in rural areas. So most of them are going to the city without the parent there, without accommodation, etc., etc. So there are a lot of risk related to that. So it's good to know for us to integrate this in the campaign, but with a focused research.
Yeah. Thank you, Victorine. Any more points from the other group? Yes.
Okay, so this group tried to link the discussion yesterday from Nkosazana Zuma about 80 billion being spent on imports. So the presentation from Nigeria was the economic benefits of those women. How do we go beyond just the now in terms of the agricultural products that we are producing, and going further into sustaining themselves, so that we go beyond this environment, but also linking up to the broader economic benefits, and whether the government in Nigeria is actually helping the women to further, market their products in terms of, competing at a market level because we know that there is always this impact on middlemen, sometimes who come and exploit the efforts of the farmers and women. But is there an effort for government to ensure that women have direct access to external buyers? And also the use of technology. It seems like there was a large use on old ways of farming. Is that sustainable? Is that helping? If not, could there be a way of adapting new technologies to actually produce more? And also the issue of climate change. We know that climate change is upon us. How are issues of climate change being addressed in the agribusiness, especially Nigerian case? And also use of research, especially use of research on climate change, sorry. There is a lot of data that's available. How are we adapting that for our practice at a local level?
Okay, thanks everyone for being very active despite we are going over lunchtime. I think I'll spend the rest of the time for our colleagues to respond to the questions. Yeah, in 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. I thought you would start with the first speaker, but now that you are here, we'll all answer these questions because I may have to put back some of the questions to us. First is on climate change and agriculture. This is everywhere, and Nigeria is not an exception. But the fact that Nigeria is still on the surface of the earth, what happens to our neighbors, we can't be exempted. There's a lot of research at the moment going on. We've had just concluded one, and we are trying to put the information in a very simple terms that the women farmers will understand and make use of. Part of what I showed in my introduction slide was part of the infographics that we have for that information, so that there's picture and also some kind of information. It's like, I don't have the hard copy, I will have shared. It's an effort to share outcome of the research on climate change with the farmers, and so that together we can also forge a way forward. We can present what has happened in other countries, and the women will also agree on way forward. So certainly we are not exempted from that, and ActionAid Nigeria, it's working to share research on that with the women. And someone had asked, how has the soil tiller worked? And I remember the power tiller worked, and I remember in my presentation I said this is the first season that we are using that, and we are working very closely with the women to get their feedback. We want to know in the first instance if they even got to use it, or their husbands or brothers or whoever had used that on their behalf, or if they had to loan it out to other groups for a source of income. And if they do use it, what's their experience using that power tiller? It's based on that feedback that will take the next step, whether to still go back to the government, because these tillers were purchased by government and distributed to the women. If we need to go back and say this had worked for so states, and we are expecting that if women have more of such tools, it's going to help us to do A, B, and C. So this is like a pilot, and we are really very closely monitoring that. There was also a question on how can Pakistan, I think, and Nigeria work together. I think, well, I hope Ojobo will close her ears and not hear this. She's the country director. But from the top of my head, what I think we could do is really to share experiences, what has worked for women in Bangladesh, and also we can share what has worked with us, looking at our context, the both countries, looking at context that we can apply back home and see how we can support that, especially involving the women farmers themselves, not just the two country programs. That's from the level of the country program. On how the two governments can work together,
I think Ojobo should know better because she's closer to that level on working with government. I know there's a signed pact between the two countries, but I really don't know how far we are taking that relationship. When I say we, I mean the government of Nigeria and the government of Palestine. So at government level, Pakistan, sorry, at government level, I may not be able to give a direct response, but surely we can learn from each other and move the process forward. Talking about value chain, someone had asked, what next for the women? Is the government supporting them to market whatever it is they are producing? We had a very interesting case that we shared with the group that came for learning meeting in Nigeria. A branch or a wing of the small women farmers in one of the states in Plateau, in Jos to be precise, that's the town. They've been able to engage with a company that is willing to buy from them, and they are negotiating on how they can take that forward. One of the donor agencies linked them up to that group. ActionAid is really staying out of the negotiation, but if they call on us to advise, to work with them, we'll certainly do that. Part of the condition, it would have happened by our harvest season starts from November, December. So we're hoping that January, February, it will really be ripe as they go on discussing this. But there was a discussion around seed. I think the company was also willing to offer a kind of variety of this is an Irish potato and what we call monkey rice. I don't know what the botanical name for it is. Okay, monkey rice, locally referred to as acha, how they can export large quantity out of Nigeria. So they are really discussing that, and the State Ministry of Agriculture is also involved in that discussion.
Thank you, Tarsila Forrest.
Talking about the linkage between the 80 billion spent on imports, as according to the president yesterday, that this power tiller arrangement is institutional arrangement between Central Bank of Nigeria and the company that is producing the power tillers based in Nigeria also. So is Central Bank trying to cover some of the funding for agriculture to be tailored towards women program? So it's the first initiative that is happening. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I think since we are way over time, Victoria, if it is okay with you, you raised a very good point about the subsidy campaign. I think since we will be having a lunch meeting among the country programs that run the subsidy campaign, we will be reflecting your point in that, if that is okay with you. So I'd like to thank you all for your active participation, and can we give a big applause to our 4 presenters? Yeah. And to myself also.
Thank you, Burma, for doing an excellent job of keeping the flow. Now, time check, 1:25. We've eaten some of our lunch. I'd like to sacrifice a bit of our lunch time rather than a bit of our working time. So can I suggest we reconvene at 10 past? 10 past, it still gives, I think, everyone enough time to eat and settle, okay? So 10 past, we'll be back. Thank you.
Sorry? Oh, okay. Where's the cover of my phone? Oh, okay. But I need the lecture jar. Yeah. It's fine, I'll be sitting here. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly what we are showing. Yeah, but that's when it starts. Not the end of this one. Yeah, it shows that you're doing well. It's a good sign.
Yes. I did not. I
Yeah. You didn't get. We are starving you. Yeah,
My bad. Hello, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm thinking this will actually do that, especially church people. Yeah, actually. I'm sure that's because you did not read the branding. No, I did, right? But right now with my presentation. No, I did read that. But with my presentation, yeah, but the regarding of what else my man. The brand. Okay. You know that if you work for EY or Deloitte or BMW, whatever you do, honor get my salary. No, I can't. You'll be suspended without pay. Oh, what notice you? No, there is something, but then these are not right. But I mean, it's late now, so it's not presentation. Why did you do it? Why did you bring it so late? Why did I bring it late? Yeah. Actually, didn't want to go to the Actually, didn't want to go to why? Was it reason? It's on everything. That's why it's a brand. A brand means that you wear the pants, you wear the shirt as well, you wear the socks, you wear the shoe, you wear the cap, you wear the watch. Brand. You're welcome. Always a pleasure. I'm not saying that it's comes, I'm just saying that yeah, conditions are all that. Yeah, she was away and we introduced we were doing madness on the workshop. We decided, we're like, we need ActionAid. We need to make work on it. Yeah. And we're reading the bosses up here, just read the branding guidelines. So we read the branding guidelines. Okay, but I mean, bottom right, easy, let's do this. Then save it up to the communication data. Why in that But actually, it's not that. So, but that's what ActionAid is trying to do now, to be strict about that. That's why we like the whole department for that. I am gone. Okay, next one. So, ActionAid has changed. Is that they are moving. No, I know that very well, but I'm just answering you. Okay. Now you need to start using the ActionAid. No, I do. I mean, but you should go to country programs and then you'll be shocked with what you're seeing. How can you say ICT? That now it's in the production of community. All ICT for communication. Yeah. So information and communication technology and international communication. Actually, just IS international secretary. North Island. I know that.
Where's the lady from Myanmar? Yeah, I want to see it. What is for sale? What is still good? What is? Wait, I don't know. I'm just saying, well, at least can I plug it in?
Oh, Victoria. Victoria. That's right. Hi. Perfect. So I'm actually I'm doing the intro bit. So I start jumping that's right. So if I can have a mic, I'm not going to speak. I just have a mic and speak on here. And then on my slides, some of them. Are you making your presentation from? Yes, but the PowerPoint is here. On the PowerPoint, maybe if I just put it this view. Okay, she will be strong. So when I do this view, can you like check? Because each page there are sometimes some animation things like bullet point appear. So I can talk, so I don't get all the text. Okay, so you're gonna remember the name you want. So yeah, if I can remember. I mean, the ideal thing would just be to remember, but it doesn't matter. So we should have 4. So it's all the use stuff. So this is me, my second presentation. Yeah, the second one should be and the third one is graph and the last one is I'm still there because people so that's the order. And it comes to some little video clips. So then I do it's me, Chinese, that will be Sarah. And then when you're able, thank you so much. Are you sure? We should have the one that's closer to those
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. How was your lunch? It was so good. Can we reassemble, friends? We want to keep time for our friends who've prepared to share their knowledge with us. So let's reassemble and make sure we give them full due. we come and sit? Okay. Just to repeat the housekeeping issue, make sure if you've changed your flight details, be absolutely sure Beverly knows to organize airport transfer. I just want to mention it one more time. We're pretty much sticking to program as published. We've just done a little bargaining over time management, and I've agreed with the next session that we're really going to try and keep to an hour total to try and keep on track. I just want to say too that we're going to have an exciting activity at tea break, okay? We're going to have a social media photo contest over tea break. So put your hats on, you form your own team, you pick a backdrop consistent with the event, you can look for props, balloons, t-shirts, but we've got a little contest for you to stage a group photo for our friends from the media team. Catherine, can you stand up for us? Thank you very much in South Africa for supporting us with the media. And we got a little contest at break to stage the best photo for social media to capture the spirit of the event. So think through the messages, who you want in the photo, what the message is. You can gather some props, use the posters, make your little team, okay? So think about that. We'll do it at tea break. On to our next session. We're on to our session on youth in public service governance. And I'm going to hand to our chair for the session, who's the director of one of our partners for organizing the whole conference. It's the CCPAU, the Center for Citizen Participation in the AU. And we've developed the whole concept for the conference very closely together, and we're thrilled to have Maureen here with us. And she's joining really as an external advisor to our whole international platform on democratic governance as well. She's here with us for a week to really help us think through our future direction. So thanks so much for taking on this role, and I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Garrett. You've given me big shoes to fill. So this first, I must say I feel like a bit of an imposter because everybody thinks I'm very young and I'm not. So I always feel like I'm, you know, a little, or depending on how you view my size, a big wolf in sheep's clothing. But youth issues and youth in Africa is particularly in this part of the continent, we're seeing more and more young people coming up and speaking up and doing interesting and exciting things in governance spaces. If you go from Balai Citoyen in Burkina Faso to Fees Must Fall in South Africa, you see young people doing amazing things to push and to change things that other people have either given up on trying to change or have given up trying at all. And so it's my pleasure to chair this session. It is the graveyard shift, so we're going to try and do things a little bit differently in this session. Sarah is technically going to co-chair this session because she will then be guiding the presentations as they go along, but I'm going to keep my eye on that clock so that we're done in an hour. Sarah.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, so young people, youth. Quick question. Who here is below the age of 30? 30. Who here is below the age of 30? Who here is physically, sorry guys, below the age of 30? Excellent. Yeah, fabulous. So we've got some young activists over there representing South. Okay. Brilliant. Okay, great. So I guess the answer is not very many, and that's not really a surprise in development. But the interesting thing is actually, if we reflect on most of the work that we do, young people are involved everywhere. So they are quite an invisible category. Okay, so youth public services. I'm going to stay here because I'm basically just introducing the main speakers, which are different young people, and I'll let you know about them. But very quickly, just to give you some context about what we've started in ActionAid and with our partners around youth public services. So we've started a discussion paper, and we'd love to get your ideas, thoughts, comments, but I'll just walk you through a little bit of what that discussion paper is now. Bernice kindly put one, I think, on everyone's desks, so you've hopefully got that. Writing our rights, access and provision. Okay, so early this year, we started to think around the issues and gaps in policy relating to access and provision, particularly for young people. So this was really kick-started by ActionAid Vietnam, and Tui, who's here representing the Vietnam research that was done in 2014. We realized that there was a real call around the Federation, different countries working around public services, GRPS, and youth. So two things started to emerge when we began looking at what was happening around our different country programs. Public service provision, firstly, must recognize diversity in youth. So yes, that includes gender, but from a youth rights perspective, and I think Melanie from Myanmar was touching on this yesterday, there are all those different aspects in terms of who a young person is, what their background is, and different genders. So some of the presentations today are to provoke and slightly push, I guess, classic GRPS work, which looks at male and female. We also started to look at sort of the level of provision by the state in terms of youth rights, so in terms of young men and young women. And kind of a key principle learning that also started to emerge in this work that we started was around youth inclusion in public service strategy policy, and particularly in the role of accountability. So this piece of work around public service provision is a follow-on to a document that we worked on called Democracy Watchdogs. If you're interested, come and see me later. But the role that young people can play in accountability mechanisms. So we heard yesterday about scorecards, budget tracking, and there's actually a wealth of experience amongst our partners in terms of doing this, and really some exciting stuff around how young people are really driving some of this work. Thanks. Okay, so just to bring this back a step to put this work in context around youth rights. So many young people's quest for fighting social injustices is the desire to be safe and free to act. This is what we get told time and time again. And essentially to have their youth rights, which are human rights, so that concept echoes across to our sort of women rights and feminist colleagues, are respected and acted upon. So that can include all types of services, but there are particular ones from an age lens, such as their career legal services, that also play into the whole GRPS context. So we had some discussions across quite a few countries on what would be a working definition for appropriate sort of quality targeted public service provision for young people. And this is the working definition which we'd love to get some of your ideas, comments, additions to. One was around that any work on GRPS should actually employ young men and women to develop, maintain, monitor, track and evaluate public service provisions. Obviously, youth unemployment, economic justice from a youth rights perspective is an incredibly big social justice issue at the moment. So this was quite an interesting idea of connecting GRPS to other social justice issues that are pertinent to young people. Then, of course, being cognizant of gender and age. So that's something that we would love to open the discussion with fellow colleagues, particularly sort of in terms of women's rights and governance. The challenges of bringing an age dimension. We heard yesterday about challenges just getting disaggregation by sex, but in fact, it's imperative in terms of the work and the young people that we speak with that there is some form of age disaggregation. So it'd be good to get your thoughts and experiences on that. And then other aspects came up. So public services related to vocational training, financial loan services, reproductive health services, including maternity, particularly for some of the young women that we work with, recreational services. So this is quite an important one in terms of youth rights, the freedom of assembly, the ability of young people to meet and discuss and plan is really being curtailed at the moment. So that holds quite a special space. And then in many of our countries, so colleagues, young people from DRC, waving the flag around reintegration services, peace building, disaster risk reduction. So we mentioned that integral role in accountability already, and then having particular access to information. So that was the lack of information being something that country and the young people we work with wanted to bring in. So poor public service provision basically keeps youth, young people trapped in poverty. So not only can poverty experience in youth have implications across the life course of that individual, but it hinders the capacity of a young person to bounce back from deprivation they suffer in childhood, but crucially, it affects the long-term life chances of any dependents. So if you actually think about that, what that means, and there's growing evidence and research around this, it really has quite a lot of impact in terms of it's not individuals, but it's potentially whole swathes of parts of communities. Young people having children, if they're trapped in poverty, passes on. So really wanted to bring to this conversation as a group, from a youth perspective, that age-based discrimination is a layer that is often added on top of gender. So it's a double whammy in terms of exclusion, social barriers. And yeah, we'll skip that last quote, but that's from a piece of really interesting research around childhood poverty. So as we work through this discussion paper that you've got in front of you, there were a series from the countries that contributed of emerging recommendations. So things around greater access to information, planning and budgeting, so decentralization, the importance of youth participation and accountability, safeguarding of minority groups, and we'll hear from Luckmore from Liberia on this particular issue. And then we had recommendations from Bangladesh, who can't be here today, around increasing access to fair, going back to the privatization discussions earlier, on youth loan services. Also feeding into tax justice. So as Tanvir and Victorine were talking around where tax dodging and where it can be invested in education, there are all types of youth gender sensitive services that also could be supported by progressive tax spending. Capacity building on youth rights, particularly to demand accountability. And then this idea of came up around piloting ICTs, different communication technologies, particularly around accountability processes, and as was mentioned yesterday, recognition of unpaid care work. And we'll be hearing from Bernice from the Young Urban Women Programme. So before we go any further, I just wonder if anyone had any quick reflection that you wanted to share. Are we good to keep going? Yep, Saviour. Perhaps someone can.
Okay, thank you. Mine is just a question to clarify the concept. We can discuss it later if it's not a good time now. So I've noticed under tax justice number 6, you've referred to youth gender sensitive services.
Yeah.
And then yesterday in our group discussion, we spoke about communicating gender in a way that people do not relate it to either women, just a women issue. So I'm wondering what's the difference and if this won't bring about the same problem we had yesterday of people shutting off because they equate gender is equal to women. In this case, people might tend to think gender is equal to youth.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Hopefully we'll soon go through some of the presentations, which will hopefully answer some of that. And then if they don't, we'll come back. But I think that's a really important question. Great. Okay. So these are questions we can come back to, and you're free to pick on anyone that might be of interest to you. But we'll try and come back to these after we've gone through the country presentations, but thought it was fair just to flag these to you now. So what's our standard of adequacy? It'd be really interesting to hear in terms of wider GRPS work, how we're deciding what the standard is. So we haven't quite heard or had any discussion around what's appropriate, adequate standards. If you're particularly interested in that, we can come back to that later. And then more of an internal question to colleagues here in ActionAid with, is there a connection for those of you particularly working on safe cities of there being a way that we can build this into the upcoming scorecard work that you're planning on? And then equally for those working on governance and wider agencies, would be really great to hear from you how we can ensure that GRPS embeds this youth, so an age appropriateness lens to your work. And then the third question is really for countries that are here to think about how they might build the momentum. And finally, that idea of creation, so innovation, creation, ICTs is one route into that, but it would be great. We already had some examples earlier, for example, from Myanmar around the urban book in terms of creativity, if that's an area you want to explore more. So we can come back to those, but now these are the countries that are featured in the discussion paper. So we're going to hear from Thuy from Vietnam, and then from Luckmore in Liberia, and then from Ghana and Bernice, one of our young women there working on the Young Urban Women's Project. So I was struck yesterday by, I think it was in the video from Water Wives, unpaid, unheard, unrecognized. So that was something from a women's rights perspective, which is equally where we find solidarity across in terms of youth rights, unpaid, unheard, and unrecognized. So it is very much a similar, and just coming back to this point of kind of a double experience of layers of discrimination. I had a particular example last week from Kenya, a young trainer of ours, who explained that a young woman wasn't able to come to her training on feminist governance because her husband beat her. And on top of that, her parents had said that she couldn't come. So that was a little example of 2 layers of social barriers. So our push as the youth group is around seeing scorecards, budget tracking, advocacy that Rick mentioned. Can we get some form of age disaggregation into that wider GRPS work? Our ask is that we give visibility to the young people that are already contributing to your GRPS work, and we bring them to the table in whatever form that takes. So we had quite an interesting discussion yesterday. And then finally, our offer is to work with you to do this. So over to Thuy.
Good afternoon, everyone again. So thank you, Sarah. And now I would like to show you one more movie related to the public services research that we have done last year before my presentation.
Các hoạt động dịch vụ công do nhà nước trực tiếp thực hiện hoặc nhà nước ủy quyền cho các tổ chức cá nhân thực hiện nhằm đảm bảo tính công bằng và hiệu quả. Ở nước ta hiện nay, chúng ta mới chỉ cung cấp các dịch vụ công một cách chủ động và ở mức độ cơ bản, rất yếu so với nhu cầu của người dân và chưa có một hệ thống chuẩn mực nào để so sánh và hướng tới. Cách thức cung ứng dịch vụ công theo các mô hình dập khuôn kém năng động, chưa phù hợp với những vùng miền có đặc điểm về kinh tế, xã hội đặc biệt. Như việc phân biệt giữa thành thị và nông thôn để suy cân bằng, để tìm ra các vướng mắc và ban hành những tiêu chuẩn về chất lượng dịch vụ công cần rất nhiều điều tra khảo sát, đánh giá. Trong đó tuổi trẻ là tác nhân tạo sự thay đổi. Tuổi trẻ là lực lượng xung kích luôn đi đầu trong các hoạt động xã hội, tình nguyện vì cộng đồng, không ngại khó, ngại khổ và dám đưa ra những ý kiến, đơn điểm đúng, kiến nghị đến các cấp. Nước ta hiện có thấp dân số vàng 43,8% dân số trẻ và năng động ở độ tuổi 15 đến 29 tuổi. Vấn đề đặt ra, thanh niên đô thị càng năng động và chủ động hơn. Khoảng cách phân biệt giữa đô thị và nông thôn, miền núi càng bị kéo dài. Thanh niên nông thôn, miền núi đang đối mặt với những khó khăn trong tiếp cận thông tin và cơ hội, kiến thức, kỹ năng so với bạn cùng lứa ở đô thị. Do đó, những thanh niên kém may mắn có thể cải thiện khả năng và đóng góp tích cực làm tác nhân tạo sự thay đổi trong cuộc sống của họ. Có rất nhiều tổ chức xã hội, trong đó tổ chức ActionAid Việt Nam (AAV) là một bộ phận của tổ chức phát triển phi lợi nhuận quốc tế ActionAid International, khởi xướng và hỗ trợ một chương trình nhằm nâng cao năng lực quản trị của thanh niên, đặc biệt trong tiếp cận và đánh giá trách nhiệm hành trình của các nhà cung cấp dịch vụ công, tăng trưởng tiếng nói và sự tham gia của các thanh niên trong việc đảm bảo khả năng giải trình minh bạch của các đơn vị cung cấp dịch vụ công. Chương trình này được AAV phối hợp thực hiện với tổ chức Ủy ban Quốc gia thanh niên, Trung ương đoàn, các tổ chức phi lợi nhuận quốc tế, v.v. cùng kết nối với hệ thống chính quyền các cấp, trong đó việc xây dựng nền tảng cơ sở, tri thức lý luận, lập luận cho thanh niên do những người chuyên nghiên cứu về xã hội học thực hiện.
ActionAid là quốc tế hoạt động ở Việt Nam 25 năm. Trong 25 năm vừa qua, chúng tôi hỗ trợ được rất là nhiều người nghèo trên cuộc sống. Đối với thanh niên thì chúng tôi không có nhiều kinh nghiệm với bắt đầu chương trình từ nhiều năm trở lại đây. Việt Nam thì chương trình này mới bắt đầu chính vì là chương trình rất là trẻ nên là chúng tôi cũng không có được kinh nghiệm ở nhiều nước khác. Và đối với Việt Nam thì ActionAid tập trung vào 5 chương trình hỗ trợ cho thanh niên, tất cả các khu vực
bắt đầu với các khu vực nông thôn và miền núi nghèo của các tỉnh trong cả nước như Cao Bằng, Lai Châu, Lâm Đồng. Mỗi khu vực là nhiều xã nghèo nhất ở Việt Nam với các cư dân trẻ thiếu kỹ năng, kiến thức và khả năng tiếp cận nguồn lực ở các cấp độ khác nhau, dẫn tới việc không nhận thức được quyền, năng lực và trách nhiệm của họ. Trong chương trình dự án chúng tôi đến với huyện Tam Đường thuộc tỉnh Lai Châu, đoàn công tác gồm các cán bộ AAV, cán bộ Viện Nghiên cứu Thanh niên Việt Nam. Nơi đây chúng tôi sẽ gặp gỡ 15 thanh niên được chọn trong 3 xã hoặc những xã trong huyện là xã Bình Lư, Hồ Thầu và Nà Căm. 15 bạn thanh niên tham gia tập huấn có một nửa là các bạn sinh viên đang học tại các trường cao đẳng cộng đồng Đại học Tây Bắc. Các bạn đang làm việc tại các xã, chi đoàn cơ sở. Ngoài ra còn có các bạn thanh niên có hoàn cảnh khó khăn, nói. 15 bạn thanh niên này sẽ được các chuyên gia Viện Nghiên cứu hướng dẫn tập huấn kiến thức cơ sở về các dịch vụ công tại địa phương dựa trên những số liệu mà họ đã thu thập. Từ đó giúp các thanh niên nhận diện được những dịch vụ công là thế mạnh và những dịch vụ công khó tiếp cận của địa phương. 15 bạn thanh niên, mỗi xã 5 người chính là nhân tố để hướng dẫn người dân rà soát và đánh giá các dịch vụ công thông qua các tổ chức nghiệm trả lời câu hỏi.
Mong làm sao mà sau cái chương trình tập huấn khảo sát này và qua cái chương trình khảo sát thực tế sẽ tìm hiểu ra những lý do, nguyên nhân cơ bản để khắc phục làm sao điều kiện sống của thanh niên, đặc biệt thanh niên nông thôn ở đây sẽ ổn định hơn và có một cái cách sống gọi là cách sống thanh niên hơn.
Qua cuộc thảo luận, các các dịch vụ hành chính công trong địa bàn huyện sẽ được công khai nhìn nhận, có đánh giá sát thực hơn thông qua lãnh đạo các cấp dưới con mắt của chính các thanh niên trên địa bàn huyện, đồng thời tạo sự lan tỏa rộng khắp cho các bạn thanh niên trên địa bàn. Qua những buổi khảo sát thực tế tại các địa phương, các bạn thanh niên trong nhiều bản, nhiều xã đã có nhiều thông tin về các cơ hội việc làm, vay vốn thanh niên về tự sản xuất, để đóng góp ý kiến của mình về các dịch vụ hành chính công tại địa phương. Đánh giá rất là cao về cái hoạt động này. Thông qua đây chúng ta làm được một cách cụ thể hơn, sát thực hơn, thực tế hơn về những cái gì nó đang diễn ra ở trong cộng đồng. Dự án ban đầu về tìm hiểu về sự hành chính công tại năm tỉnh của AMD là một cách làm mới, hiệu quả. Nó không những mang tính giải trình minh bạch của các hành chính công tại địa phương, mà còn phục vụ các nguồn nhân dân, trong đó thanh niên là một chốt, rèn luyện thanh niên học hỏi trao dồi kiến thức, giám thị, giúp đại diện thanh niên kết nối với các cấp chính quyền qua các cuộc hội thảo từ cấp xã đến trung ương, bổ sung vào buổi cán bộ lãnh đạo kiểm sâu kiểm soát địa bàn địa phương trong tương lai.
Thank you. This research we have carried out in 5 provinces in the mountainous area of Vietnam, and then it's in the north region, central Thailand as well, but in the Mekong regions. And most of the youth here, they are the poor people. So the research question is that the status and issue hiding provision and access to adequate public services in the rural areas from the perspective of the youth and public services provider. That's one work carried out in 2 months from July to August 2014. And we carry out in 5 provinces. The participants is that most of them are the youth network from the ILEPA project. We call that it name Youth Leadership and in Enhancing Public Services Provider Accountability Project. This project carried out in 3 years in 2012 and 2014. And the partner carry out this survey is come from the Youth Research Institutes. The public services were classified into 3 groups. The first one is that public services in career sectors, including education, healthcare, vocational training, and job creations. The second one that is public services in social sectors, including the electricity, domestic water, and public transport. The third one, public services in the state administrative sector, including licensing to certificate, identification, visa, household, and registration book. Methodologies, we have 600 questionnaire, and we also have 45 in-depth interviews, 15 group discussions, and 30 people from 5 provinces. From 8 provinces, we have 30 people for the dialogue after the survey. For the public services in the career sectors, because we are moving to decentralization, so the user now have to pay for the services free. Because in Vietnam, we only have the healthcare for the children under 6 is free, and primary education only. So most of youth come from disadvantaged family, so that it means that they cannot afford to access to the public services like education and health. Even they can enter into the university, if they don't have money, it means that they cannot attend the university. For the local education and training, the lower and upper secondary health and sport and telecom communication services are very easy to access. There is no problem in the communities. For the job and vocational training, we have the legal assistance and consultation, as well as physical training and sports services, which are very crucial. So here is some information about the access to public services, because for education, easy to access is 65%, for health services, 56%, and for vocational training, only 33%. For the loan services, we have like 25%. For the cultural and access information services, we have like 42%. For the physical training, 35%, and the other is the telecommunication services is 51%. We have some information related to the career certification from the youth, and the highest number from the postal and telecom services that were mentioned above. And for the legal assistance and consultation services, it is nearly like 80%. For vocational training, we still have the vocational training policy, but it is not related to the job creation because we attend the vocational training, but after that, we don't know where to work, and then there's no linkage. And many graduated students from universities, when they return to the local, and then they don't have jobs. One more limited is that it is quite difficult to access to launch lending policy. Even the government had that policy, but quite difficult because of many criteria. For the health services, people still have insurance cards, but they have to pay money. And the services without any financial aid, especially at the weekend and public holiday, we cannot access to that. In some cases, medicines provided to patients is not suitable because the treatment needs more specific medicines, and it related to the drug regulation as well. For the education and training services, the student and who under the degree 45, that is, cannot afford to the tuition fee, it means that the government can have some policy that they can borrow money from the governments. But sometimes the ratio of interest is quite high, so that limited them to access to that policy. For the services in the social sectors, the agriculture extension and environment services is in very challenges. And economic backbone is of 99% of in the rural youth. And according to the statistics, only 38% of the youth can access to the agricultures. Here's some information about the social sectors. So it is very difficult to access in some provinces, and this is the table of 5 provinces. For the administrative sectors, we can see that it is not difficult to access in the commune level. It's assessed that 57% say that it is easy, but in district level, it is more difficult. So here's some, when the youth access to public information, the key barrier is that the public information is highlighted by youth in 5 localities. Is the first, lack of openness and transparency. So it means that it is like unemployment opportunities and training. Sometimes the government have some policy, but it is not clear and not transparent. The second is that the restrict information to access some institutional is not available. And the last one, the third one is that the communication facility and services is not good. And here's some information from 5 provinces to comparing. And the gap in the public services in the survey areas. The first is 58% of the youth bring out the policy and procedure in public services is like, it is major barrier for the youth. Even we have the policy, but quite difficult because some of them is not transparent. And 3% observed that service provider lack of transparency and responsible for the limit asset and poor public services in the local area, and then they don't follow the standard. In conclusions, the assessment of public services carried out by the youth have some gap, and then it is without the adequate policy is that to ensure that easy to access public services, and the young people still miss and support from the leaders for the public services. We after the survey, we also have like 5 local dialogue in 5 provinces, and then we also bring them to National Youth Forum. And then for the first time, the ethnic minority youth, they can have dialogue with both local levels at provincial and also at national level. And then from that level, they can talk with the policymaker. And here are some recommendations were presented also in the National Youth Forums. The first that the health policy should ensure that health insurance for cardholder not to pay for the extra medicines and treatment all the time, because normally we have to pay quite extra money. The second that is we have to develop the vocational training policy that can support for the job, because most of them study because they have the policy and then they do the other job. The first one is that the public services increase the supervision services because sometimes people don't follow the policy. The fourth is that the local and regional services need to be more effective. And the fifth is that you should participate more in public services and monitoring all the activity in the communities. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Tui. So I guess just to kind of strengthen what Tui was saying, the young people that were involved there came particularly from rural areas and minority groups, both men and women. So that's trying to show that particular perspective. We'll move on now to Lakmore and his presentation from work in Liberia around other genders. Thanks.
A very good afternoon to you all. For the interest of time, I won't be able to show the video that I wanted to show because the first 2 speakers took a bit of time. But the issue I want to discuss today is one sensitive issue, even within ActionAid. We're not comfortable to talk about it. We're not bold enough to talk about issues of LGBT rights. But this is a legitimate story, a legitimate issue of wrongdoing that's going on in our communities. And as people who claim to be fighting to end poverty, we must also be looking at other genders, the invisible genders. And it's a huge shame that within the civil society space, where people should be having these spaces, people are being squeezed out. And when we're having the discussion from the morning, you could realize that even when we're talking about education, we weren't even thinking about the transgendered young woman or man in the school who probably identifies as a girl or as a guy and wants to use a female toilet and a male toilet, but is not able to do that simply because of who she is. So those are real issues that are there, and we have to deal with these issues as people who claim to be fighting poverty. But today, my focus is basically on Liberia. Our program really has a huge focus on LGBTI rights, especially targeting young people. Our activist groups have actually tried to incorporate lots of LGBT youth, specific groups targeting transgendered youth, lesbian youth, gay youth, in a way of bringing their voice to the civil society space where we haven't been able to bring them. As you see from this picture, okay, the next slide. This is where we stand. Oh, the first. Yeah, that's the one I meant. This is where we stand in terms of issues of discrimination, in terms of the laws that discriminate the other gender, the transgendered young people. Why this matters is because some people would think that, I mean, I understand we all coming from different backgrounds, social, economic, and political, but these people do exist in our communities. And when we're talking about this huge issue of social exclusion, it's political in nature, and it is in these spaces that fall under access to justice that LGBT youth fail to access public services. So justice is the most important issue before we go to issues of healthcare, education, and other related issues. As you see here, in the case of Liberia, what we have noticed is that young people actually are being jailed. They can't go to the hospital to get treatment for STIs. As you shall see in my short presentation, I only have 5 or 6 slides actually. It's quite direct to the point. And these are public, and some of them are actually even taxpayers. It also brings in the issue of tax justice, that I'm denied to access public health and yet I'm paying taxes. And our understanding of democracy is, in simple terms, is that it is the rule by the majority, but it's also about how the majority protects the minority. So let us have that thinking as we go through this discussion, and also identify where we are from the different countries we're coming from. So LGBT people, especially LGBT youth, are quite invisible. And next slide. Oh my God, I'm being too fast. And this invisibility was also evident over the past 2 days in our presentations and our deliberations, because we're just ending by saying men and women, but we fail to recognize the fact that there are other people who feel differently, whether from our own point of view, that's legal, that's something we accept, or something that we do not accept. But they're there. There are same people also paying taxes. They are also voters. They are our sons. They are our daughters. They are there in our communities. But there's that invisibility, even in civil society. I had one experience. I visited an ActionAid country program. I wouldn't mention it. And I wanted to test the waters. So I decided to use the female bathroom. And coming from ActionAid Liberia, which is quite progressive and liberal, if I may say. And as I was getting out, folks, I can see the faces also. Folks were like, "Oh, why are you in the female bathroom?" And then I was like, "How do you know that I'm a female or I'm a male?" So these are realities that are there in the communities that we are, in the offices that we are. And at the same time, I'm trying to speak, before we go out to try to demand in government spaces, in political spaces, but there's also the internal space within the civil society, within ActionAid. We have to speak to our policy. We have to speak to what we are doing before we do all this. And this is an issue of human rights, and we all claim to be fighting for human rights and access to services. So, second slide. That slide. My second issue I want to focus on is on healthcare. I want to talk a little bit about this. I'm delving much into the subject of today, which is basically SRHR for the young people we work with. You'd realize that this is based on our MND data, and a little background on that is that we work with little more than 100 LGBT youth in our program, and about 60% of these also are quite homeless. They've been kicked out of their homes, and you can imagine, if you don't have a job, you're not going to school, you can't access public service. And at the same time, as you see, 21% of them actually reported that healthcare providers refuse to give them health services. And this is the same story. When I left college a few years ago, my first job was in a refugee camp in Uganda. I was so much detached from issues of LGBT rights and access to justice, but I came to face how in such an environment, a public setting, in a UN setting with all these human rights, even LGBT youth were failing to access public services. So this young man went to get treatment for an STI, and he went to the clinic run by UNHCR. That's Naki Valley refugee camp. I'll mention it. I was there for something like 2 years. So the nurse was like, how can you have what's on the wrong place? Instead of treating you, I want to pray for you. So these are the issues that LGBT individuals are facing. So, and we fail to recognize them because they are invisible. Back to the slide I was talking about. I'm sorry if some folks are quite uncomfortable with what I'm saying, but these are realities that are there on the ground, and we have to really we have to hear them whether we want it or not. As you see again, LGBT individuals themselves, young people especially, are even scared to go to public health providers because of how the public health providers treat them. So there's the issue of accessibility, affordability, and availability of public services, where it's not just about having a clinic, but how are the doctors trained? Are they trained about the anatomy of an LGBT individual? Where that when you're checking for an STI, you're not going to check for it in the front. For a gay man, it's probably at the back. I'm sorry again to use that word, but these are realities that are there. And again, bringing back the issue of statistics, noting that there's high HIV prevalence and STI incidents amongst LGBTI individuals. And recording in a city like Monrovia, close to 40% of HIV cases are actually amongst LGBT youth, and most of them are homeless. Someone is telling me that my time is up, but I'll try to run through so that these issues really do come out. So as you see, the second slide, it's okay. My presentation is a bit graphical, so you can actually see what I'm talking about. Here we are looking at transgendered youth. These are young people who identify either as male or female. So here you can actually see the disparity in terms of access to healthcare. To say that for transgendered young people, it's even much higher. It's 59%, and most of these are those who identify as either men or female, and they are failing to go to public health facilities because the doctors and the nurses are saying, hell no, I'm going to pray for you instead of giving you the health service. And these people are dying, and we have to do something about it. About shelter, I touched about it. Second slide. 46% rather, they run away from their homes due to, it's about rejection. They're kicked out of their homes. Like the activist group I'm working with, 60 or so of the folks in the groups, they've been kicked out of their homes. And some of them have actually been forced out to stay alone. And you can imagine, you can't go to school, like I said, you can't access all public services without that family support. What has ActionAid Liberia done? At policy level, we have worked with the Liberian National Police for protection. That is through advocacy and governance efforts and work that we are doing to set up a gender desk in the police service, so that when issues of access to justice are coming in, not every policeman is going to address that issue. It's going to a specific police officer who has been trained, who knows how to handle these issues, because LGBT individuals, they face issues of extortion, blackmailing, and so forth, which also hinder them access to healthcare, and some are scared to go to public health facilities, and also making use of the legislative caucus so that we're fighting against anti-LGBTI laws that are being proposed in the coming election. And at program level now, which I think makes our work a bit more unique, is the fact that we have specific young women's groups specific to transgendered youth. We have activist groups that are specific to LGBT youth, so that we bring this voice on the civil society table where it's invisible. I'll stop here. I've been told that my time is up. I tried to rush it through. So if anybody has a question, you can ask.
Yeah, thanks so much. Hello? Is everybody here? Yeah, brilliant, great. Thanks so much for bringing an alternative gender and genders into the room. Our final, and by no means least, presentation is Bernice. And Bernice is a young lady that's part of the Young Urban Women Project from Ghana. And the project also has counterparts in South Africa and India. So Bernice is going to bring the young feminist perspective. So yesterday we were rightly challenged in terms of what's the young female perspective around GRPS. So this is some exciting work. Over to you, Bernice.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bernice Abnabwache, Young Urban Women's Project, ActionAid, Ghana, and I want to do a presentation on gender responsive public goods and services, the Young Urban Women's perspective. Next slide. Overview of the Young Urban Woman. Targets, our first target is to target 2,000 young women in Ghana, specifically Accra and in Tamale. 1,000 women in Accra and then 1,000 women also in Tamale. The three main goals: young women have safe and decent work and livelihood and can exercise greater control over their income. When young women get money, it is not their parents, chiefs in the community, or any elderly person who is going to decide where, when, and how to use their income. And then the second one is young women have safe and decent work and livelihoods and can exercise greater control over their income. Young women's informed choices about their sexual and reproductive health rights are increasingly realized. The third one is young women in the areas we program in are empowered and supported by allies and responsible stakeholders to effect change in their own lives, their families, their communities, and different levels of government. Next slide. Before YOUP, that is the Young Urban Women's Project, young women spend much time doing household chores with little time to partake in income-generating activities. Most women in my community before the intervention of YOUP spend much time sweeping, cooking, doing other house chores instead of using the limited time to go do activities which will earn them income for a living. And voices of young women were not heard to know their needs and provide them. The voices of young women in my community were not heard. They were normally, it's only men who were taken to places to make decisions for them. And then we move on to women had little or no knowledge about their sexual and reproductive health rights. Most women do not have knowledge about their sexual and reproductive health rights. Even when some pregnant women do not even go for antenatal, family planning issues, the number of children they want to have, and then even the spacing too. Next slide. Intervention of the youth. Young women have been empowered through education on sexual and reproductive health rights, decent work, and livelihood projects. And with the first one, there was an issue on sexual harassment in a school, and this young woman who was also part of the project, and because she has been empowered and then has knowledge on SRHR issues, she took up the issue, and then the necessary sanction was given to the person who did that. And again, young women have gone through leadership, communication, facilitation, and campaigns and advocacy training. And as personal experience, it's the information or the education that I have gained from Young Urban Women's Project. Most people we have been able to talk to most people, parents, to take their words to school, and then with the leadership position, I have taken it upon myself to be the next aspiring assembly woman for my community. And young women through YOUP have gotten life-changing opportunities. With this one, we learned when we meet, we discuss issues about SRHR, gender, and then we learn some basic skills which will help us earn living. And when you look back there, we have some artifacts made by young women from my community. We make bead making, soap making, and other things. So with this, most young women use this when they sell the beads, the soap. They use it as a source of income, which they use it to earn a living. Sensitization of other stakeholders, including community members. We now have access, or since we have chiefs, elders, the MC supporting this project, we can go straight to their office and tell them what we need or what we want them to do in our communities, and it's really helping us. And with personal experience too, with the SRHR issue, because of the information I have had on the project, I went out and then I met 3 young women who were pregnant. So I asked them, "How are you?" They said, "I'm fine. Have you taken your medicine?" They were like, "What medicine?" So, "Oh, you didn't take your medicine today. Have you eaten?" "Yes, I've eaten." "Okay, when was the last time you went for antenatal?" "What? Antenatal?" "Okay, then tomorrow I'll come to your house and then we go and see the doctor." They were, "Okay, that is nice." Okay, so we went to the hospital, and there were 3. We went to the hospital very early in the morning. When we went, the first issue was the first lady had an issue with breech presentation. That was the baby will exit with the feet, either the feet or the buttocks. And then the other 2 were having severe anemia. They were short of blood. And I think I was glad to save life, because 3 people, they haven't been to antenatal before, and at least they were glad and they were happy. And now, as I'm talking now, their babies are still alive. They are about 6 months, 8 months, and then a bouncy baby boy who is 1 year old now. Next slide. Situation per midterm review. The Young Urban Women advocacy efforts have facilitated frequent flow of pipe-borne water in their communities in Tamale. 99 young urban women represent the interests of young urban women in the Water and Sanitation Committee of Ganwest Municipal and Tamale Metropolitan Assembly on reduction of unpaid care work through improvements in the quality of water services and increased rubbish bins. 50 to 60% of young women report reduction in their unpaid care work, and with this one, another experience in my home. After I've got this information about unpaid care work, that men can also work, women can also work in the house. We are not saying that we want to work, but then we need a helping hand. So I told my brother, I called my parents, that this is what I have learned, that we must work together. My brother and I must work. So when I sweep, my brother can also wash the dishes, so that we can all go back to school and learn. Association has reviewed this constitution to capture the rights of apprentices and channels of addressing sexual harassment at the workplace, while 2 other associations are in the process of doing same. Young Urban Women's Association have been formed and linked to TUC, and we are in the process of finalizing their constitution, which will incorporate the components of decent work. Gender responsive public services. Pipe-borne water in Tamale. Advocacy for supply in Accra and communities. Bridge over Gata in Tamale to enable easy commuting of women. Affordable family planning services in a friendly space for women in Accra and Tamale. Young Urban Women Center provides services, safe space for young women to meet and discuss issues. Thank you very much.
Great, thanks so much, Bernice. Okay, so we'd also quickly likely to hear from our activistas, our youth campaigners from South Africa. So if you'd like to share your experiences, your ideas relating to GRPS, that would be great. And then we'll open out to the floor for any... No, we're not opening. Oh, okay. Okay, Garrett, or I'm going to ask. We're already an hour. Garrett, can we make sure, please, that we have activistas and then 5 minutes if anyone has any questions or comments? Yeah? Yeah?
So your permission, we'll squeeze the tea break.
Okay.
Activistas versus coffee.
Activista wins. Activista, please. You're most welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sontongubane. I'm here on behalf of Activista Orange Farm. So basically, we're here to talk about our experiences on regards to the GRPS. So I'm going to talk about the issues of safety in public transport used by women, actually. So recently, last month, we had a march on the 27th of November, 2015, whereby both the Rainbow Alliance activists and ActionAid activists from Orange Farm were in conjunction in marching to raising awareness of the 16 days of activism and also creating awareness to the safe cities. So the march started from Bree Taxi Rank in Johannesburg CBD and was meant to end at Joburg Park in the inner CBD. So my experience on the march was that we had miscommunication between me and the team because I was meant to wait for them at the taxi rank and then they would come to me, but then I ended up spending something like 45 minutes waiting for them. I could not see them. So my experience was that we know that Johannesburg is a popularly dense area, and especially in the taxi rank where males are the gender who is dominating most. So I felt uncomfortable and unsafe because of the taxi drivers, their remarks, which for me it was not a bit, but then it was uncomfortable and somewhat harassing because they were saying silly things like, "Hi, sweetie, are you waiting for me?" Things like that. So it puts a question in my mind whether are we women in the cities are actually safe. So the march was about that, raising awareness and meeting up with the Santaco CEO, Mr. Bongani Msimang, at the Joburg Park, where we handed up a memorandum to him, which enlisted demands of what both the LGBT community and women demanded to be treated when using public transport. One of the demands, if I should mention, was that we demanded that oh, sorry. I'm a bit nervous. Contact lists both inside and outside taxi rank and inside the taxis, whereby there is information where a woman in a case is harassed or their rights are violated in terms of their sexuality or whatnot. So we could easily access the people, call them and lay a complaint, and immediate action would be taken immediately to address the issue. Another issue was, another demand was that taxi owners should talk to their employees on how they should conduct themselves when coming to work, because most taxi drivers harass women in terms of what they're wearing, short skirts, what they choose to be in terms of their sexuality and stuff like that. So we thought that they should comply to the Constitution under the Employment Conditions Act. So my other colleague Tulani will take over from here. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. I'm Tulani Makaza, activist of South Africa, activist Orange Farm. I'll be just touching base on issues on LGBTI persons in our communities.
with me, it's a personal story. I feel that with the healthcare facilities, it's not really taken into consideration that there are people like us that we are there. We did not choose to be there, but yes, we are here. So with me, it was just a simple Friday night coming from a friend's place. I was traveling home, and boom, I was mugged, I was stabbed, and now my right hand side wasn't working properly. So you could just imagine, boom, it wasn't working. I'm better now. I had multiple stabs, and it was hectic. My face, my eyes, I couldn't see properly. I couldn't attend school. It was really bad, which again touches on safe cities. Our city is really safe. Our city is really safe for the LGBTI persons, not only for women, but for LGBTI persons as well. And I went to the hospital. When I got there, the first thing they look at me. They look at my face. Is she? Is he? You see, there's a debate around that. And the questions were, what were you thinking? Of course you're gonna get mugged. Of course you're gonna get killed. You're gay after all, and all of that. People are gonna victimize you. So the people that are there as well need education. The people that are there as well need to learn about us, because in a way, because of them second traumatizing me again after the trauma that I went through from the beating and whatnot. I was traumatized as well in the hospital, where I need to get help. Where I need to immediately when I get there, oh, it's a serious case, go to emergency. No, I was put to a platform where everyness was and it also raises a question on South Africa, that with all the rights that are there for the LGBTI persons in South Africa, are they really working? For the youth, are they really working? And yeah, it was really hectic. And as well, I did not report the case because I felt, what am I going to say? It's going to be another platform for the police to scrutinize me, to say that I wanted this for myself, that I called for it. But in actual fact, I didn't. It was just a walk from my friend's place to home. So yeah, I think that people need to understand that we're here, that we cannot go anywhere. The only thing that they can do is just support us and be in solidarity with us. That's the only thing that I personally think should happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Activist, are we done? One more, okay, great. I'm just gonna give you like 5 minutes. Yes, please, thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll try and be as brief as possible, I promise. I chose as well, as my fellow activists, to talk about an issue that is close to heart that I've experienced myself. So we all know that adolescence is a crucial stage of life, and one that is challenging to most girls because of its physical and psychological changes. And now one of the major physiological changes in adolescence girls is menstruation. Now, I feel that menstruation is no longer just a health issue. It's also an educational issue. I grew up in Orange Farm. I was born and bred there. I was raised by a single mother who was most of the time unemployed. If she did have work, it was domestic work, and she had 3 kids to feed, a household to take care of, and some of her other most basic needs could not be attended to. And now when I went through adolescence and that time came, my mother could not afford sanitary towels for me. because of that, my education was disturbed. I could not perform as well as I could at school because my mom could not afford sanitary towels. My confidence was below zero, if ever there was such a number. I had days where I missed school, and I feel that all of that had lifelong consequences for me. Adolescence is a stage in life from childhood to adulthood, and it's something that is worth celebrating. Yet for many girls, even I being one of them, then when I went through adolescence, this phase often brings challenges that push girls out of schools and social activities, making the celebration short-lived, if ever it is lived. So. That is what I wanted to talk about today. And in with regards to gender responsive services, I feel that we need more. There's still, I know that there is something done, yet there's still more that needs to be done, that no girl should ever skip school because of something that they cannot control. I feel that more gender responsive services are needed to advocate for free sanitary pads for all women and girls who cannot afford to buy them. We need to bring back the dignity to our beautiful young women and girls out there. I feel that we need to advocate for all women and girls, and ensure that this is seen as a basic human right. It's something that every woman and girl should have access to. If a girl misses school, if she has to skip 7 days of school every month, how will she be educated? And our vision, ActionAid's vision, is to eliminate poverty. How will you eliminate poverty if there are young girls and women out there who are not educated? I say more needs to be done. We need partnering. Our heads need to come together. This is a social issue that is facing all young girls out there, and in order for us to empower them, we need to attend to their basic needs. That is all, and I thank you.
Thank you very much. So we've had a lot. I know there's been a lot of going on this afternoon, but it's been really enriching, and really it's been so amazing to hear about work being done by young people, to hear about what is being done to address some of the issues. For me, what really stood out in the discussions this evening was the inextricable link between poverty and access to public services. The intersectionality of discrimination, where you have age as a point of discrimination added onto gender, and minority, being a minority in your community being added onto age, being added onto gender. And so various intersections of discrimination that that young people face. The fact that they're invisible in plain sight, and the focus of the lack of access to simple things, public health, the social sector, education, sexual and reproductive health rights, basic treatment for a mugging, the othering even within civil society, both as young people and as minority communities, LGBTI communities, even within the spaces where they shouldn't be othering, where these rights should be guaranteed, shelter, the effect of parental care on access for young people. We had a brave story of how young women are trying to go above the traditional role of being the chore doers and the ones keeping the house, moving away from the private realm into the public realm. And how much harder is that when you are under a guardian or a parent who has a different perspective on how things should be done. But we still had interesting stories of how young people are working to alleviate poverty through self-generating or through income-generating activities, and also how they're working to fill the gap around critical information on healthcare. And so, unfortunately, we have run out of time, but if there's any particular burning question or comment that someone feels they urgently need to make, I can only take two, and I've already seen two hands.
Just a question. During the Vietnam presentation on campaign, the Safe Cities campaign, there is a mention of a camera in a bus. How does it work? Is it recording the incidences, or apart from the adverts, you say there's camera inside the buses? So what happened? What does that camera do? Recording the incidences, or how do you manage it? Because issues of security of information as well.
Okay, I'll let you respond. Let me just take the other question. Sorry.
Thank you. Listening to the young people in terms on the issue of LGBT, I've been trying to ask myself this question. Where this have been criminalized, how do we go about, especially talking about budgetary provisions that provide for every segment, everybody? So how do you think we can go about it without necessarily making it that this is, we're making these policies in place because it's already criminalized? You don't talk about it. For example, in Nigeria, even by associating, you're in prison for 14 years. So how do we then try to support public services, policies that can support public services that addresses the needs of LGBT?
So I'll abuse my role as chair and just take a stab at that question. My life before this one, I worked for an LGBTI fund. And one of the ways in which people got around the law was to deal with technocrats. So they would go to, for example, the Ministry of Immigration and explain the idea of trans and why it's important to have identity documents in your new name. And they would get identity documents, passports in a new name with a new gender. Other ways was to go train healthcare givers on these issues and have a list of service-friendly or LGBTI-friendly services that their membership could go to. And so they are, in most laws, at least in Commonwealth countries, unless they've passed an additional criminalization law, what in most Commonwealth countries, or at least countries that inherited British law, what is criminalized is the sexual act. And that's if you're caught in it. Being gay is not criminal. And being able to make that distinction to service providers has really helped people to access services beyond the criminal law. I need to give you to answer the question.
Thank you very much for the questions. According to the camera on the bus, because actually last year we had the research, and then we had a launching research in Hanoi, that is national one, where we invite a lot of like government officers from different ministry who are the policy maker. And after that, of course, when we do the national workshop like that, advocacy like that, media cannot, without them, we cannot do anything. And then after the workshop, the media make noise in the website, and they talk about that. Even the transportation, they think that they have to divide that one bus for the women, one bus for the boys, one for a boy or one for a girl, something like that. They divide their gender like this. And then after some months, they're discussing about the safety of women and girls. And Ho Chi Minh City, they decided to put a camera then in the bus. So to make sure that they can control any harm to women and girl in the bus. That's true. That's true. Because actually for the transportation, it belongs to governments. For public services, yeah, for that one. Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so tea break, 10 minutes. Garrett, 10 minutes? Oh, less. Oh, we have a contest. Okay, hang on. I'm just going to hand back to Garrett.
Thank you. It's so hard to cut these sessions short because the presentations are brilliant. Thank you very much, everyone, for that. We have coffee break for 10 minutes and a contest. So remember, form your own team, and it's to make the best group photo that captures the spirit of the conference for wide dissemination on social media. Form your own team, use what props you want, use the posters, and try and present the spirit of the conference. Okay? And Catherine is available for snapping people.
There's 2 fan pictures for 2 teams, and then I would like a group photo with everyone.
Good.
Somehow.
Good.
And then
Indoors, outdoors,
inside.
Inside. Okay. So maybe we can go across this.
Or we could be on stage and have the action.
I guess it would be. Oh yeah. We should try. Yeah. It's like wedding photos. Okay, now the you, we should probably grab them right now because I don't know.
And maybe just ask can the youth stay behind? And then I'll just
Activistas. Nice to meet you. Hi there, I'm Garrett. Really, really wonderful presenting skills. It's so nice to meet you. Thank you for coming and joining us. Very We're trying to get different. Maybe I can get Catherine to take because she's got the space. Maybe in front, yeah? They're ready. Do you have it ready? It's this. Well, it's Sarah's. They've even got a backdrop for you. They'll put up the spot, so maybe we'll get you up here. It's okay with this one? Yeah? It's beautiful. We can cover Sarah Huxley a bit. Okay. Can we invite you? Yeah. It's brilliant, really.
Yeah, you covered like 3 crucial issues.
It's just brilliant. In just a few minutes. Please. It's really great. Does it work? With the projection? I don't know. Oh, and it gives. Okay. Follow the professional. Thank you. So good. So we'll do that one now, and then we'll get the list. We'll weave it into the closing somehow. The next one. Do you feel focused now? Did it help with this big moments thing?
Key pleasure moments and joint collaboration. This is our key objective for this conference. Key pleasure. These are just notes from alternatives to look at I'm wondering whether to capture them or not. I may remove that slide. So the local level, national level, international level. These are from GRPS documents. Trying to adapt. So in underlying fundamentals, the ideology, the economic system. I want to put something on privatization. Just I want to put something on privatization there. I'm not quite sure. Indicative collaborative areas. These are some ideas of areas we can work together. Like I thought, we can have a global society policy position on GRPS. We can work together on a global report on public service governance with the intention to increase GRPS. We can work on having, I don't know,
Don't say due diligence because it sounds like it's going ahead. You just have to check first. Let's reframe more like Tanjir was saying, building evidence about the impacts of privatization. Because otherwise, it sounds like
it's okay.
It's a contest. Who can do the best photo capturing the spirit of group photo, capturing the spirit of the conference? You need a team. Catherine will snap. Best group. You can mix up who you want. Yeah, you make your own team. Make a team. You can use anything. Good eye plan. I like your style.
Okay, the first slide will be Gabriella. Let it be very close, okay? My name is Venice. I can say that one. It's okay. Let me see if it's very close. I'm coming. Okay, yeah. You can take a photo of this with this. Okay. Hello. How are you? I'm fine. Yes. Okay. Hello everyone. As you said, my name is, and I'm presenting on the Youth Activity Gather and Young Development Project. Yes. Okay. Yes. I think it's okay.
Shami. I don't know.
I'm seriously not in good mood, so
I don't know.
David, what is it you want? What? I'm not going to.
Oh.
Oh my gosh, he's gone.
Just trying to volunteer you for a job. I'm trying to keep very straight face. I'm so upset. So upset.
I'm actually totally.
Keep some face. Anyway, we have to. You want to chair a session?
No, I don't want to. I'm in absolutely no mood.
Of course. Absolutely.
I'm not even in the mood of listening. Forget about sharing.
You're being shocked for something.
Totally. My bag and I will lift another bag and come. I'm not at all in my.
Not here and not there.
I'm not physically here. Very disturbing. Because we can't tell anything to anybody now. What is this guy? Anyway, keep a smiling face.
And we continue. Can I give everyone a 2-minute warning? I love the energy. 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning. Okay, shall we resettle our social media champions? I love the energy. I love it. I love it. How are we going to decide a winner? It must be the number of retweets, I think, huh? That's the challenge. Catherine, maybe we can do that. I think we have to use all the photos online and then see who gets the most retweets. That's how we decide. Yeah? Can we do it? Hey, make sure that Catherine's got the photos. Other teams, make sure Catherine has the photos, okay? If you've taken one yourself, make sure she gets it. We'll put it out. Yeah, later, yeah. And we will have a group photo a little bit later too. But let's resettle. We do have more business to do. We have another substantive session on the new urban agenda. Our colleagues have prepared well and traveled a long way. I'm also going to steal a couple of minutes for Veronica. Is Veronica in the room? Veronica, are you with us? Veronica, I'm putting you on the spot a little bit. We have been battling a bit with our schedule because we have so many people who've come to present. I want to introduce Veronica. I mean, can I give you just 3 minutes to just introduce yourself and just give a few headlines from your presentation? Unfortunately, for logistical reasons, Veronica couldn't join us yesterday for the revenue section, but she prepared very well on tax and revenue issues. And I wanted you at least to know she's here, she's with us, she's traveled a long way to join, and to give a few minutes to give just a few key messages from her presentation before we move into the scheduled session. Really just a few bullet points. And then we'll try and circulate a written version of the presentation for everyone. Please make her welcome. I'm afraid the program is run, and so we're managing time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation also. It's a real pleasure to be here the second time for me with an ActionAid activity. My name is Veronica Montúfar. I am the PSI Gender Equality Officer. I am based in Quito, Ecuador. And I am here, and my organization is here because we want to get engaged with this action of gender responsive public services. We are an international trade union organization that affiliates women and men workers, public sector workers in health sector, municipality sector, central administration, electricity, water. So those public services that are essential for human being and for well human being. In that sense, we are engaged not only in defending public sector workers' rights, we are also engaged in defending universal public services for all. We oppose privatization. We have a radical agenda opposing privatization, especially of education, health, water, because we know that the development and the well-being of human beings depends of public services. As well, we, in this opposition of privatization, we are supporting a real big campaign that tries to construct public-public partnership instead of public-private partnership. That is the way where governments and multinationals are going. They are trying to privatize everything. So instead of that, we are putting on the international agenda, but also in concrete experiences of public enterprises, this way of financing public services, but public funds. And in the other hand, we are also working in an international campaign for tax justice. In this international campaign of tax justice, we have two main areas where we are working. One area is at the global level. At that global level, what we are doing is trying to build a consensus about a construction of a new intergovernmental committee that is independent of G20 and all those governments and those states very powerful. So we are trying to set up this independent commission that could deal with tax justice in the international level, but also we are engaged with civil society organizations in a campaign of for pressing multinationals to pay fair taxes, because we know that multinationals avoid paying taxes. We know that in that mean we can have more funding for public services for all. And finally, I want to say that we are also very committed to explore a new partnership between public sector women workers and young urban women. We are trying, last 2 weeks, I participate here in the dissemination of the findings of ActionAid's study about young urban women. And we are trying to set up specific and concrete experiences where public sector workers can join young urban women in defending public services and constructing in practice gender responsive public service. Thank you very much, and I hope we will engage in lots of work since right.
Thank you so much, and for putting all those pieces together on the services, the public sector unions, anti-privatization. It's really, really our shared agenda. So with that, let's move on to our next panel. We have 3 presenters lined up. Their objective was to be light on the presentation, to give a little bit more time for a discussion. So we'll see, please manage the time carefully. So we save some time for our closing session too. So over to Marcelo Montenegro, who's our international campaign manager for the Safe Cities campaign.
Thank you, Garrett. I'll try to be brief. I know that it's the last session, is one of the last persons to speak. Everybody's excited after the photos context, so it's good. And I wanted to bring here more about some process that are ongoing and spaces of influencing, because we are discussing quite a lot the issue of gender responsive public services, but there are spaces at local, national, and international level that these issues are being discussed. And I wanted to bring one case. I know that Nelson, the other presenter, is also going to speak about the relation on GRPS with the right to the city, and also about the process that I'm going to speak about, which is the Habitat 3 process. And I know that after ActionAid is also going to speak about the international spaces, regional spaces that have this discussion is happening. So just to present to you, I don't know if everyone here is following that, but there is a negotiation going on. Is that there will be this 3rd Habitat Conference. It happens every 20 years. So the first one was in the 76, the second one was 96, and the next one will be in 2016 in Ecuador, from the 17th to the 20th of October. This conference, normally they have the focus of discussing what happened during the last 20 years and looking further what are the main new urban issues, and trying to discuss indicators, ways of implementation, trying to discuss among these different countries and civil society how we are going to move forward on that. So this Habitat 3 conference, they have these objectives. However, I'm going to speak about the process, but during the process, they drop one of the focus, which will be to look behind. Of course, if you we are discussing here how problematic has been the whole urbanization and how the cities are being more and more unequal, and this reflects of them not looking behind, just looking beyond. And this can be seen in a lot of the documents, in a lot of the discussions. Even Nelson is here. In the beginning of the negotiations, we have that as a focus in the website, and it was dropped during the negotiations. So they are going to look only further, and the main outcome that they want to obtain is this new urban agenda. I'm going to show you what the new urban agenda is, but this new urban agenda is very much in line with what they agree this year on the post 2015 agenda, as SDGs. For the first time, there is a goals in the urban area, the SDG 11. A lot of different targets, etc. So the negotiation is also going to look at that, and it wants to be a negotiations that agree on implementations, indicators at national level countries can work on. So just looking at the process, there was some preparatory meetings with governments and civil society. The first one was September 2014. The last one was in Kenya in April 2015. And during this second preparatory meeting is when they identified these 22 issues that composes this new urban agenda. I know that it's a very small letter, and because of the late hour, people it's difficult to read. But I can just present here because what happened is that. Can I have a microphone? Sorry, it's because I like to move as well. Thank you. So they have identified some areas, which is the first column. Within that areas, they started to discuss what are the issues that we are going to discuss within this habitat process, and these are the issues that they are going to discuss. So we have here, for instance, inclusive cities, which discuss about gender, youth, migration. We haven't discussed here, but migration also a lot of relations, even with gender responsive public services. Safer cities, which is it has linkages with our Safe Cities for Women campaign, but also has some difference as well among different public spaces, urban infrastructure and basic services, transport and mobility, housing. A lot of these issues are there. For each of the issue, you have a specific document that was built with different UN agencies, etc. And from that, what they are now building, they build a process now that they open, they gather actually all of that. Almost dropped in policy units. So, and for each one of these, you have 20 experts from civil society and indicated by governments to dialogue and to build a general document that will be the basis for negotiations for the zero draft document in the habitat process. I know that this is very complex process. I can pass everything by email in a more detailed for everybody, for any to share to everyone. But I wanted to just bring this here because we have been discussing quite a lot the issue with gender responsive public services, and also we have been discussing a lot, and it appears in the morning, in the afternoon, the issue of understanding of the city, to understand about the interconnectivity of the services, and then to demand gender responsive services. And if you see public services as in the opposite way of the right to the city and cities for all. So, and if you see the document, you can also see that mentality, that services are not linked directly with the issue of being inclusive in the city, and you can see also that the women's gender issue is also quite absent on that. it's very linked here, but when you go to other areas, it's also very absent. And women rights, in particular gender responsive public service, is cross-sectorial and cross-cutting within the new urban agenda. And this is something that ActionAid is currently working on together with different alliances and groups. We want to make sure that when we are discussing services, when we are discussing the issue of municipal finance and etc., it's there the discussion about gender responsive. How we are doing that? We have been aligning with the global platform for the right to the city. Nelson is going to speak about this global platform, the work, but it composes different actors, urban movements, feminist movements. We also be engaging with Wider Commission, WIGO, and other feminist movements to try to engender in this new urban agenda. We already have been made a meeting in New York to discuss. We went to each one of these 22 issue papers and see what is missing, what needs to be done, and making sure that gender responsive public services is included there. So we have been quite active in dialoguing with that. I said to you that in each policy unit you have experts, and you also have co-lead organizations, co-lead organization each one of these. And ActionAid is actually a co-lead organization in the policy unit 1, which is about right to the city, cities for all. So we have been in there dialoguing and trying to make sure that the narrative that composes there is not only in there, but also comprehends the other issues, for not being like in kind of silos. We also have another opportunity. Sarah was mentioning, and the youth urban youth study. We have been doing a urban youth study with UN Habitat that's going to be ready by next year. So it's another piece of document and relation that we are building that also facilitates our dialogue within this Habitat conference. Ideally, what we want to, and I'm speaking here through the Safe Cities work, but what we want to see at the end of this Habitat conference is that we are going to have indicators at the end, and also some commitments from countries. First, that we would be able to measure the success. First, we would measure the data. So, for instance, in the yesterday we were discussing about the lack of data. Ruchi was mentioning in the group the lack of data that we have. So by doing that, we could provide, having a commitment, have indicators, we could provide at national level to have some indicators with gender disaggregated to allow us to measure the kind of violence that happens in public spaces, to differentiate from public and private spaces, and trying to link that with the issue of public services. And some indicators also to further discuss about the quality of the services and gender responsiveness of the service. So this is something that we want to have as a commitment. And by the end, as an overall thing, I think Nelson is going to speak more, we want to make sure that the right to the city, the idea of that is also recognized by countries, being safe cities for women as an essential element to fulfill this right to the city, because we cannot have an equal city if you do not have a safe cities for women, if we're still looking at the city as a quite unequal, or if we're still looking at only one part of the city and without taking the consideration as a whole of the city, and it doesn't take in consideration the whole different services as well. So this interconnectivity of the services, the city as a whole, how women feel in the city, how women are coming and going. So the women rights in the city is fulfilled by accepting this right to the city. I'm just finishing, but I wanted just to present that, because as after these two other presentations, we are going to discuss more what we can do together, how we can plan and move forward the discussion. So this is just one possible space of influence that we could do as ActionAid, as Oxfam, as South Africa TUS, as CCPAU, can do together or not. But it's something that we are putting here on the table for people to discuss and see if it's interesting or not. And if you have any kind of doubt, you can ask me and Nelson afterwards. Thank you. And I'm going to now pass the floor to Nelson Sauli. Nelson Sauli is from Polis Institute in Brazil, and he's also one of the coordinators of the Brazilian National Forum of Urban Reform, and also one of the coordinators of the Global Platform for the Right to the City that is very active on that. So just going to take this off.
I think I can go. Good afternoon for everybody. First, I want to thanks for ActionAid to invite me to be in this important conference you are taking here now about the gender and public service. It will be a pleasure to be here. I am in Johannesburg. Before I was in Johannesburg 1 week ago, now when we organized here also one important meeting was the first African regional meeting, this global platform Right to the City in the Wits University, when we have opportunity now with different organizations, different countries from Africa, discuss the perspective of the right to the city in the African perspective, in special in the African organizations, social movements, and to take in account this perspective, this platform for your agendas in your cities, in your countries. So I think the first thing about this initiative, it's we are working not only in Brazil. No, in Brazil, I think we are working more than 25 years, which is this urban reform platform, Right to the City. We have in Brazil a national legislation, the name is Statute of the City. We have a legal recognition, the right to the city in this national legislation. Also in Latin America, for the last 20 years, no other countries are taking account the right to the city, local governments, some national governments also in our policies like Colombia, Ecuador have some recognition the right to the city in our constitution. The experiences in Brazil about the participatory budgets is related with this concept, the right to the city. And you are working a long time. For to build this global platform, we first have one important moment was during the first World Social Forum happening in Brazil in the beginning the decade 2000s. No, we have 5 World Social Forums in Brazil. Maybe someone of you enjoy or attend these meetings in Porto Alegre. No? Also, we have a World Social Forum in Kenya in 2006 in Nairobi. And during this World Social Forum, we start to build one global charter, the right to the city, from the perspective of civil society. The background, you can move, no? You can go. Can go. Yes, can go for the next. can go. You can go. Yes, here. Our background, is the human rights. Now we work with the perspective of the human rights. When Marcelo was talking about the Habitat 3 conference, we work a lot in the Habitat 2 conference. Was in Istanbul, building on a Habitat agenda. In this Habitat agenda, we have a recognition of the housing rights, like human rights, was very important during this conference in Istanbul. The perspective, the role of local governance implementation, the urban development policies in the sustainable perspective, and also the perspective, the implementation of the housing rights, even in the urban and the rural areas. So then we have the background of human rights to build these concepts, the right to the city. Also, now we have one right to the city starting the elaboration of the concept of right to the city, one similar concept of the new generation of the human rights. Now we take in one example more clear, the environmental. Environmental is a new generation of human rights in the more collective diffusion perspective, the human rights. We are take some principles or values very important for we understand what's mean right to the city. One very important issue I think you are discussed in this conference, is about the space. Was the important this issue now, where the neighborhoods, where the communities are living. So we are bring the concept, the cities are a common goods. It needs to have a social function, the cities, to have a balance between economic perspective, the cities, with the social perspective, they use the function of the cities, and to defend, the social perspective, the functions, the use, the activities in the cities, in the social perspective. Also, we bring the perspective of the land, the use of the land, even in the rural or urban areas, like a social goods, for to in some way, to have other perspective, other view, the lands, in the perspective, the individual rights, property rights, more in the perspective of the neoliberalism or the capitalism systems. We bring more traditional visions from indigenous peoples, traditional groups, the lands, the commons, goods, a collective perspective, social goods. Also, we discuss in this conference different rights. Now we discuss education, we discuss public service, we discuss health, the rights of the human in different perspectives, the economic perspective, social perspective. We also have on our concepts is necessary integration of these different kind of the agendas we have, relate to the humans, youth, the social perspective in the cities, in the urban, rural areas, to have an integration these urban rights. When you talk about urban rights, we it's like housing, transport, public service, infrastructural equipments, this kind of the needs, demands we have, the inhabitants in the cities. And political rights, because it's necessary to have a combination between the different needs we can integrate in the quality of the life, the inhabitants, the population, with the political rights in the perspective, the participation in democracy, in the many issues now we are raising in this conference. You can pass. We have a basic definition. I cannot go too deep, to discuss the right to the city, but I think the main issue is these concepts, When equitable is the fruit of cities within the principle of sustainability, democracy, equity, and social justice. we defend is a collective right of inhabitants of cities. Here, I think it's very important, the discussion, especially with your colleagues from Africa. Now, we discussed a lot of this issue in the meeting 2 weeks ago, in the regional meeting Africa platform. What means cities? When we talk about cities, we are talking about the spaces where people are living. We are not excluding people who are in the rural areas, in the villages, in towns. We are bringing a more general concept to the cities, because you are not excluding who has high rights. It's only the people who are living in the cities, who are living in rural areas don't have rights. No, it's not the concept you are bringing the right to the city. Exactly the opposite. We are bringing a concept of integration. The rights, the people are living rural and the urban areas in a integration perspective views. And you can pass, please. The other important issues that we have in the concept right to the city is some principles. I cannot go for each principles, but I want to emphasize the 2 principles very important. One is the first about citizenship, democracy, management of the city. Here we are defending a concept, the citizenship, with more general perspective. It's not only the people have a nationality in the countries. The cities could be refugees, can be migrants, can be people who are in the formal situations in the rural urban areas, like people don't have formal work. Informal workers are included in this perspective of citizenship. To have access to public service, for example, like a health, it's not necessary to have a nationality, including citizenship. And also in the collective perspective, the citizenship, the perspective, the actions from organizations, social movements, the other perspective, they work together in the social proposals. In the social function of the cities and the property. We are bringing in this issue a very important principle to understand the use of the land, the use of the property, the use of the city, to have the main proposal, the social perspective, the social proposal. And so you have some principles for to defend this concept of right to the city. We are building this platform with this concept. We any send for you in this morning these documents. It's a guided documents. It's related to the global platform right to the city. Here are with more details. These different concepts we are bringing here about right to the city. And how is the relation this right to the city with the issues we are discussing here? I think it's important when we talk about the rights of humans, the rights of youths, to have a perspective these needs, the demands came from these different perspectives, to have a more common platform for defending your rights. And also a strategic platform for we have other kind of the perspective for your developing your cities, developing your areas, rural and urban areas, in the other view, no in the view we are having now with exclusion, with segregation in the economic development process. And then the right to the city could be a paradigm for we have this platform together in different perspectives to work together in a social agenda for the cities for to promote the public policies. This, I think, one very important issue for a discussion. how is we can relate more this platform, the safe cities, né, the rights to the women, the gender perspective, the rights of youth, no, for in a more general platform, in special for this new urban agenda. Now we are building for UN system. No? The last thing is, I think, is necessary to. I think we try to work together, no, in during the Habitat 3 process, because in this agenda, now we go to have principle and values for the new civilization. The main issue is you want to continue with this kind of the model urban civilization, large cities with 10 millions, 50 million people living in one space without rights, sustainability, without social justice, no, without democracy, or we can have other kind of the perspective, the urban top utopia, no, for this new civilization. And this, I think, one very important tool, no, for us. I think we can work together in this cultural perspective. What kind of the perspective we can for the next 30 years, no, for developing our communities, your societies, now in different regions of the world. I think one important topic, now, for we discuss, now, for we try to work together in this global platform, and also in this new urban agenda to bring these concepts to a new other kind of the view in the perspective related to human rights, with these new concepts, human rights, it's right to the city. I think, thank you for your time.
And now we go to Chenga. She's going to just speak about these different other spaces at international, regional, and some of that we already spoken here. Yeah.
Super. Good afternoon. As I was introduced so grandly by Garrett, my name is Acheng. I work with CCPAU. So my task is hard, and it is also easy, but I think it's more hard. I think the challenge has always been, when it comes to issues of importance, how we link the work being done at national level with that being done at regional and international levels. Many of the time, organizations that work at national level do not have the time, capacity, or resources to engage at the regional or international levels. There are few organizations that have the capacity to work at all these different levels, but for the most part, you find that the work being done at national level doesn't easily translate into regional or international work, which requires a sort of a different paradigm in terms of how the work gets done. So the question is, how do we allocate ourselves as civil society? If you look at the broader picture, we may be many civil society organizations, but in terms of the population of the continent, we are actually very few to meet the needs of everybody and all the issues that need to be addressed. So how do we work together so that the people who are working at the national level can bring about the national mobilization and citizen-led accountability that is then buttressed by the work at international level, which brings about the international pressure and advocacy, so that the two are able to combine fluidly to bring about the change that we want to see. First, I'll talk about some of the challenges with working at the supranational level. One of the biggest challenges we have is around invisibility of issues. I and I tread cautiously here because I'm not sure that our governments are blind, but they would like to pretend to be blind. And so, for example, LGBTI issues that we discussed in the previous session are some of the issues that our governments are blind to and will simply not engage. Sometimes the nomenclature, the lingo that we use as civil society organizations doesn't readily translate at the regional level amongst the bureaucrats and the politicians. And so finding a way to engage in lingo that is familiar and non-threatening without reducing the value and essence of the message that we are taking to that level. The other challenge we have is around standards. So there are a lot of standards at regional or at continental and international levels. But the problem is always how those standards then translate. And our governments have enjoy saying that, no, but we have this law in place, or we have this instrument in place. But are not very good at then turning those instruments and those standards into concrete action, or into turning it into realities for the people the people whom they're supposed to benefit. Linked to that is the challenge around the legal framework. So sometimes you push for standards at continental or at international level, and then they don't translate domestically. So what you keep yelling until you're blue in the face that the international law says this, but there is no domestic equivalent that allows you to bring what's being said at international level to practical application on the ground. And then, of course, the issue around resources, which I already mentioned, which are limited. I think working at the continental and international level means that you could spend your entire year chasing one conference or another, or one meeting or another. Just to give you an example, just in this November alone, there's been the African Commission on Human and People's Rights has had its session. The African Committee on the Rights and Welfare of the Child has had its session. The Africa Governance Architecture has had a session on democratic governance. The African Union Commission, Department of Political Affairs has had a meeting on freedom of movement. There's been a youth gathering. There's been a women in political participation gathering. There's been a celebration of Africa Youth Day. There's been so much going on in this month alone that if you were to go to each and every single meeting, that's a full-time job in itself, without time for sleep. And so from experience, what we have found to be most useful is to pick a body and then focus on working with that body to bring about a change that will have a ripple effect within other bodies or other institutions. To give a concrete example is when we were doing advocacy work around right to a nationality. We worked with the African Commission on Human People's Rights, and now they're in the process of pushing a protocol on the right to a nationality in Africa. So, and that was a series of very many different engagements, and what they're doing now is getting other AU bodies engaged into this process and pushing it forward. So for us, I think that is one of the take-homes I would have, is that when we decide what we're going to work on, and I'm going to speak primarily from the African system because that is what I'm most familiar with. When you pick a body, you work with that body, and then to see where you'll get the biggest gains. So there are several entry points around GRPS. We could approach it from a rights perspective. If we were to approach it from a rights perspective, then we would be looking to engage human rights mechanisms on this issue. We'd be looking to either target the special rapporteurs on women, whether at the UN or the African Union level, we'd be looking to engage the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, or the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. We'd be looking to engage the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child around education and ensuring gender responsive public services in education, or we would be looking at engaging with the Department of Political Affairs, which has the mandate over human rights issues. So we could take it from a rights perspective, and these are some of the bodies that we could engage with in the African system. If we're looking at it from an urban development perspective, then we would be looking to engage the policy-making bodies. So whether it's taking it from a urban development or incorporating it into infrastructural development discourses, all that would be looking to target the policy-making bodies. So the African Union has considered this. There's actually a charter on public services that unfortunately has not come into force, even though it was adopted a few years ago. There've only been 7 ratifications. So progress on that has been pretty slow. But one of the things it does call for is equality around the provision of public services, and ensuring that both men and women are able to equally access public services. However, it also does an interesting clawback by saying that public services should only be given according to the laws of the particular country. So it was a very clever way to pull back on universal respect of rights by limiting it to national laws, and did not address the issue of where national laws may be lacking or may not fully accommodate certain African peoples. Still, however, it is a useful document, and it is a useful advocacy hook around which work can be done, primarily with the African Union Commission, which is the Secretariat. There are many different bodies that you could think of engaging, either the gender department, which is under the office of the chairperson of the commission, or the Department of Infrastructure and Energy, or the youth department, or even the political affairs department, again, which is responsible for the public services charter. And it could be an interesting hook for them, particularly because I think they're a bit stumped on what else they can do around public services. So it would be interesting to say, well, have you thought about reinvigorating the issue of public services around this issue? And also, the idea with engaging the Commission or the Secretariat of the AU would then be to push decisions at the summit level, either at the Executive Council of Ministers level, particularly at what are called the STCs. For some reason, the meaning of STCs has gone out of my head, but I've forgotten what the acronym stands. Specialized Technical Committees. Thank you. That's it. Which the STCs, or the Specialized Technical Committees, are the meeting of ministers who are responsible for a particular mandate. So there's STC on judicial and legal affairs, there's STCs on agriculture, there's STCs on urban development, there's STCs on infrastructure, and so there's a lot of different STCs, and we could look at incorporating this issue for discussion within the annual STC or African Ministers meetings. And so those are some of the ideas I had about how to link up the work that's being done at national level to that to what already exists at continental level, and how to open up those spaces. And I'm happy to take questions if I haven't been clear. Thank you.
Thanks very much to our 3 speakers. It's a terrific bridging session. because we've been here sharing knowledge and experience with the objective of building up to doing some strategizing together. ActionAid, our partners, to think about as allies where we go next. And so we had a mix of discussion on the urban agenda specifically, but also some more general strategic thinking about how we can put our efforts well and focus them. And we're going to go into a final session. Ojobo's just been collecting her thoughts on the fly about kind of framing things to come back to our objectives and think about how to wind up. So she's going to be in a minute to bring her thoughts. So we've got a few minutes. I suggest we gather in our table groups and just have a few minutes to think about these two questions while Ojobo gets loaded. So it's a little pre-discussion on two questions. I mean, one is about some of the policy spaces specifically on the urban agenda and where we think we should play on that and what is our role as allies. And the second one is to think a little more broadly about other policy spaces coming up soon. We can start a bit of brainstorming. And we'll just take a few minutes on that, and then Ojobo should be ready to lead us through the final session. Okay, so just 3 minutes buzz group in the table, and we'll get set up for the next one.